The second game in this recording part of Pawn Majority in Center will be my own game, which I played versus Judith Polgar in a tournament in Hoheveen in 2003, and I'm also will show a couple of other games here. So it is again this Queen's Indian Petrosian variation, the same which was in this Kasparov game: d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, b6, knight c3. This is the other way to reach this position: bishop b7, a3. The only difference compared to Kasparov was normally reaching it playing move a3, which allows bishop a6 option. Knight c3, bishop b7, a3 to reach position. This variation this way allows bishop b4 option. So, okay, both cases allow some sort of extra options. So knight c3, bishop b7, a3, d5, c d5, knight d5. I have played this line throughout my career a lot, and actually I have quite good memories in this particular line, because not only this game versus Judith Polgar, but also what I would show now and also is in this file. I had a quite nice win versus Vladimir Kramnik in the same line, and also a couple of other games. Game Kasparov-Najdorf, which we just had, featured e3 move order. I have played queen c2 move order. The basic idea being that I would like to push move e4 in a one go, and that queen is going to protect this pawn. Okay, knight c3, bc3, bishop e7. Bishop e7 is considered to be the main line. Does black have a sideline which is viable sideline? It is immediate move c5. It may look like a little bit strange move because white plays move e4, and now white is maybe just ready to give this disturbing check. But black plays here move knight c6. At first glance, it looks like that this strategy of black to develop this way and to neglect his king in the center is a bit strange. But it is not easy for white to take advantage of this. I had here one game versus Vladimir Kramnik, which I would like to show, but I would also show some other options. So knight c6, bishop b2. Bishop b2 is a common move. Rook c8, rook d1. White is getting ready to try to push d5. But black plays here cd4, and now we see the reason of this fast development. Black plays here move bishop d6. For a number of years, move a6 was considered here to be the best move in order to prevent seemingly unpleasant check on a4. Based on a game Kasparov-Murray from Moscow Interzonal 1982. Well, on a6 the point is after queen d2, knight a5, that move d5 is actually very unpleasant. e5. White is here having strong initiative because white is having this passed pawn, similar to actually what Spassky will have in his game versus Petrosian, our third game in this recording part of a chapter, has a strong bishop, and black still has a king in the center. So this whole stuff does not bode very well for black. Bishop d6, Kasparov took bishop g7, queen e7 check, bishop to e2, rook g8, queen h5. Things are not well for black here, because king is in the center, white is getting ready to castle, f5, bishop f6, and white had winning advantage and soon won. Then it turned out that bishop d6 was established as the best move. Okay, what can be the point of move bishop d6? Well, the point is that after move bishop d6, there was first of all one game Rajabov-Grishchuk where move queen b1 was played, and it illustrates very well black's possibilities because actually Grishchuk played very well. He played queen e7, hitting a pawn, queen a2, knight a5, bishop d3, and here we have actually idea which I was just showing in this Kasparov neither for a black, but then king was on h8, f5. This familiar strategic idea is working here to perfection. e5, bishop d5, queen b1, e5 check, king f1, castle, king side. Here black is doing very well. White has to take a pawn, only chance. But black's problem is that actually exchange sacrifice is very good for white. Rook f5, Grishchuk plays excellent game. Queen f5, bishop c4 check, king g1, rook f8. White is exchanged up, but how is white going to develop? It will take ages. Now, well, queen c2 is a horrible blunder due to rook f3. And if you take, there is a mate in 1. Queen g5 was played. Queen e2. Things are going wrong. Rook b1. Bishop f4. Queen g4. And queen c2. It was a rapid game. Grishchuk missed queen c2. He did something else. I think he still won the game, but queen c2 was winning instantly. So basically this is quite promising. This whole idea which Grishchuk had with f5 was very promising for black, and he won a great game. Of course, we may wonder on bishop d6 because in this old Kasparov game move a6 was played to prevent a check on a4. So then, of course, logical question on a move like bishop d6 would be, what happens if d5? This is logical question. Well, it happens e5, that now black has queen e7 check, which is actually important check because after bishop e2, it pins my bishop. And also, very importantly, it gives fantastic square to a king. So this is very deep idea. Knight a5, queen a4 check, and now king d8. Surprisingly enough, black king is safer than white's because white has a problem to castle. That's the problem of white, which is not easy. Black is very well organized. First of all, king on d8 is safe here. Rook is coming back into play. Black is ahead in development. Black can also, hide the king very easily on b8. And here black is simply better. Knight d4 was played, trying to castle. If bishop to g7, rook g8, queen d4, knight b3 is a tactical win because after queen b2 there is rook g7, queen g7, rook c2, and white cannot in a clever way defend this bishop on e2 because there is a pin, and next to this pin some extra forces can arrive pinning this bishop. Simply here there are no moves because if you, let's say, move the knight, you still cannot basically castle. It is still a problem because it is still hanging. So in the game because here if you do this, let me see what can be the fastest win, because I did not put this in a PGN for some reason. Okay, move bishop a6. You can castle, bishop takes, knight takes. Okay, it is not so obvious. Taking by knight is probably good enough. Take, 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 take and check. And this looks like a clean win, because king is horribly placed. And if I don't have a really good moves here, so maybe there are some other moves as well, but this looks convincing enough. In the game happened knight d4, white is trying to castle, but rook c4, queen b5, rook e8. Black is playing very dynamically, king f1, because problem is that you cannot castle because you don't get enough for losing material. Simply you don't get enough. This king is safe. He played move king f1, rook c5, queen d3, rook d5. White is collected his pawn. Black has hopeless position. That was played in a game Peterson-Lothier in 1988 in Marseille, and white soon lost, black quickly won. On knight c6, when I faced this line versus Kramnik in Vaikanze, I was aware of, when I played this game, I was fully aware of this bishop d6 idea. And I knew that after d5, ed5, ed5, queen e7, bishop e2, that this position after knight a5, queen a4, king d8 is simply very good for black. This I knew. So I played move bishop e3 instead. Bishop e7. This allows a dangerous pawn break, which I would execute. cd4, rook c8 was perhaps a better thing to do, which was played later in Ponomarev Anand in Sofia 2006, because now white cannot execute a pawn break, which I did have. Queen a2, let's say bishop d6. This position is about equal. Bishop d3, castle, and here, because black developed this knight to c6, black and bishop to d6, black can play move knight e7. Bear in mind, if this queen would not be on a2, that those kind of strategic breaks exist, so I can maybe move a king and still try those kind of breaks. Rook fc1, knight g6, g3, queen e7, a4, not being sure not to lose pawn, bishop e4. Black is here very harmoniously developed. White played here move h4, rook fd8, h5, knight f8. White has managed to actually create here some sort of attack, and white played here move h6, and here black played move which computers normally like to play in such a kind of position. Black Anand played move g takes h6. Be always aware when you are pushing with white h6 in such a positions that this take is possible. And that be also aware that computer very often likes it. So, and this is what Anand played in this game versus Ponomarev. Ponomarev played rook c8, rook d1, h5, and it was a complicated game. Okay, black is having lousy pawns, but one of them is for free. Is black king weak? Maybe, but not easy to attack it. Does black have active plan? He does. Knight g6 and he wants to push. So, is this kind of play possible? Yes. On gh6, was this easy solution? Well, not really, because let's say queen f6 can happen. And if you play move bishop f4, knight g6, bothering a bishop, you don't want to push e5 to open my bishop. So a non-solution g takes h6 is often seen in such a kind of positions. In my game versus Kramnik played 2 years earlier than that game, in 2004. He played move bishop e7 and this allowed me to push d5. E d5, rook d1. Now if black castles, white is better after e d5, knight a5, c4, because compared to some other games which we were looking in this type of position in a game Kasparov-Naidorf, moves like b5 here do not work. So white is having here a clear advantage because those pieces are stranded, b5 is not working, white is even getting some interesting ideas here. So rook d1, Kramnik played move d4, cd4. Castles, clever move. Because cd4 is a mistake, happens bishop e5, let's say queen c7, and now this pin is deadly pin. Bishop f4 is a key, queen c8, only move because if takes bishop wins, knight d4, and here there is a problem. Bishop c5 is only way not to lose piece, knight f5, castles, and now we have attackers and defenders. There are no defenders to this king, queen c3. Black has to weaken himself, comes queen g3, g6, let's say bishop c4, king h8, bishop h6, and in order not to get mated, black has to lose at least an exchange. So Kramnik castled, which is a clever move because you may wonder yourself, isn't d takes c5 a pawn for free? Because it looks like a pawn for free. Well, it is actually not really a pawn for free. I was considering this and decided not to do this because d takes c5 is, I thought main advantage is that it is a safe move. But after queen c7, white is also not better. Because black is having a very active play. We'll get the pawn back, continue eating does not help very much because this is also weak pawn. So I decided for a much more principled solution, I push d5. Knight d4, queen b2. White is here a little bit behind in development with his king on e1, but white has formidable pawn center. Here Kramnik probably made a mistake, he played move rook e8. And well, rook e8 is basically a mistake of a move like rook e8 is that white will have very strong pawn center and black will not get enough counterplay. So knight c3 was probably a clever move. bc3, queen d6. Because now f4, which looks like a very strong move. For example, on e5, there is queen g6. If f4, black is actually having some sort of active play, which sometimes you can get in some Grunfelds, even though this bishop is on e7, it's not on g6, it's not on g7. For example, queen g6. And now bishop d3 is not working because black performs central pawn break. c4, bishop c2, and f5. And suddenly white beautiful center is going to collapse because after e5 there is move queen g2. Rook e8 is having a tactical idea that knight d4, cd4, bishop d5, which looks like a great idea, is not really working very well because of queen d5. Queen d5 is sort of a blockbuster, you know, shock he wants to take. So queen d5 you cannot take because of mate in 1. This is a kind of, let's say, tactics. If queen d4, bishop c5. And if queen goes back to d3, queen h4. And again, white will start losing his pawns. Let's say bishop c5, bc5. And again, this is a hanging. Fortunately for black, fortunately for white, he doesn't need to take with the knight on d4. White can also take with the bishop on d4. And then white's pawn center is surviving longer, and white has then a very promising play. And I did manage to win this game. So white is here better, but on the other hand, it is unclear if this whole concept is working for white after knight f3, gf3, queen d6, because this formidable pawn center is somehow less great than it looks because black can challenge it. Now let us go back to our game, which I would like to show. So bishop e7, e4, castles. Okay, here to push c5 is not a good idea, because bishop b5 is here a very unpleasant move. It forces bishop to c6, because if knight c6, queen a4, rook c8, knight e5, queen c7, bishop f4. Now, by the way, here such a move, taking a pawn, can be considered. And then take on c6 and enter descending. There is not enough compensation for a pawn. But bishop a4, and now if a6, bishop a6 is fine. Because white still wants to jump with his knight. Bishop a6, if bishop a6, queen a6. And white is doing basically very well. White is just a pawn up for nothing. And moves like, I'm just now looking, you know, moves like rook to a8 to try to be somehow smart. White even has such a kind of funny ideas. Bishop takes, on b7, rook a4, bishop gives check, and now king does not have a good move, because wherever this king will go, there will be a check, and queen is going to be lost. So on bishop b5, bishop c6 is more or less only move, but then after bishop d3, knight d7, castles, this bishop is very unhandy, because on castles there is move d5. Obviously such a positions, ed5, bishop d5, bishop h7, clearly favor white, because this king's position is damaged. And if h6 as a preventive move, then rook d1. Now there is still threat to push. If you castle, push is still going to come. It doesn't help. And so this position is very good for white. And if cd4, here is interesting moment, because actually cd4, rook c8 is not that clear, but here white should play for active piece play, knight d4, and black here has a big problems, because queen c7 is forced. Bishop cannot move, because if bishop moves, such a moves are going to kill black, or knight can jump somewhere else, doesn't matter. knight d4, queen c7. Now simply knight c6, queen c6, queen e2, bishop b5 is a threat. Rook d8 only move. Bishop b5, queen c7, queen d3. And black cannot castle. The only way for black to castle is to play move a6 to give a pawn. But then white is a pawn up for nothing, basically. And now to castle, but now white is just a pawn up. So rook d1, if queen c7, now move d5 is again just similar to game Kasparov-Ivkov, is leading to big advantage for white. Kasparov did not manage versus Ivkov to find the right moves, but he could have. This is this game in the comments of Kasparov Naidorf, which I just did, but it's similar story because after ed5, bishop b5, this king is still in the center. So bishop b5. Now if bishop c6, bishop f4 is a problem. Queen b7, bishop takes c6, queen c6. Black is just about to castle, but not quite. Rook f1, king f8 only move. Rook ad1, white is having much more than needed for a pawn. And with bishop b5, if a move like a6, now bishop to f4 is a strong move. Again, taking advantage of the initiative. Because in such a positions, of course, when you sacrifice a pawn, and you have this clear initiative, precision is needed. And bishop f4 is actually precise move here. If you wonder, isn't bishop d7, queen d7, c4, isn't this simply winning a piece? No, it doesn't. It is a mistake because bishop e4 is saving a piece. You don't win a piece because queen is hanging, and you cannot take because the rook is hanging. So you don't win a piece. So that's why bishop f4 is a very strong move. Because now queen b7 will lose a piece. Takes, bishop d7, queen d7, c4. Now, only way not to lose piece immediately is queen g4, but after rook d5, queen f4, rook e1, black cannot finish development. Because rook a7, hoping to castle, the most accurate move is knight e5. Again, you cannot castle because it loses material. And you cannot prevent knight from coming there because knight g6 will win material. Pawn takes, queen takes, queen f7, and now this pin proves crucial because rook d8 wins a queen. On bishop f4, move queen f4 was played in a game Kasparov-Georgiev, Moscow Interzonal 82, but now bishop d7, king d7, rook d5. And here simply black has big problems because king c7, rook e1, bishop d6. Not easy to find a good move because bishop f6, queen is trapped in the middle of the board. Cannot move anywhere. Move like rook e8 loses a piece to rook d5, queen f6, queen e4. So there are no good moves here. Bishop d6 was played, rook f5, queen c4, rook e4 again. Queen needs to go away. And then to b5, rook f7, king b8, rook e6, rook d8, c4. Look, this problem cannot be solved. There are no threats to this king, so queen c6, knight e5, queen to c8, and queen b1. Nice, elegant last move. Deciding the game. That was game Kasparov-Georgiev played in 1982. So those are, let's say, the ideas about if the castle has been postponed. This is something which is, if black wants to postpone it, he should play move c5 here, and then on e4 play move knight c6. This is for black should do if he wants to postpone castle. And here, like I said, a bishop e3 is potentially interesting move. On bishop b2, knight c6, on bishop b2, bishop d6. On bishop b2, rook c8 is a good move, rook d1, cd4, cd4, bishop d6. This is what is... and then we have black has very active play, because as I explained, d5 is not as great as it looks, because king can go to d8. And on knight c6, bishop e3 is a reasonable move. But okay, after my move bishop e3, then c takes d4, like in this game of Anand, is probably clever thing to do, because bishop e7 is, like I said, allowing this dangerous pawn break, which is a better position for a white. Okay, let us go back to our main game. Our main game is e4. So bishop e7, e4. Castles, because we just established c5, bishop e5. So castles, bishop d3, c5, castle, and queen c8. Queen c8 is having an idea to force white to move his queen, because black would like to take, and also to have option to play move bishop a6. Alternative is queen c7, which is fine, but then after queen e2 you cannot trade this bishop. Knight d7 is also alternative, and knight c6. All those moves are possible. So queen c8, queen e2, bishop a6, trading a bishop. Rook d1, because white would like to take with his, on bishop d3, with his rook to d3. Rook d8 was played by Polgar in this game. Let's say bishop d3, rook d3 was played in most of the games. cd4, cd4, and knight d7. This has been played in a number of games. And here e5 was considered a main move, in order to prevent this knight coming to f6 and saying, okay, I give you this square, but I would like to somehow swing the rook and play on this king. Does white have alternatives? White does have alternatives. For example, when I was preparing for this line, I found h4 quite a good alternative. Why? Because I would like to play move bishop g5. And now let's say queen a6 is a logical move. Queen c4 is also possible, but it is exposing queen a little bit, because like h5, h6, bishop f4, now if rook a c8, rook a d1, this knight ultimately needs to move and queen is on tempi. This is some advantage for white. So queen a6 is more logical move. Bishop g5. Okay, now idea is after bishop g5 to play move if takes hg5. And now let's say rook a c8. This is, I had a game versus Bologan here. Is white here a bit better? Perhaps. White is here slightly better. Why? Because after, let's say, rook a d1, sorry, after rook a c8, is white here slightly better? White here is slightly better, because it is having this pawn on g5 is a little bit irritating, and next to this pawn being irritated, white still has this, let's say, pass pawn. So white has some sort of, let's say, advantage here. I had also in this type of position, I had a game versus a Bologan that we are going to come to a little bit later. But maybe it's interesting to see, for example, what happens if black refuses to trade these bishops. For example, if on bishop g5, if black plays move rook fe8, rook a d1, let's say rook a c8. Black doesn't want to allow this pawn to g5. Queen e3. Okay, white wants to finally unpin. Now let's say f6. This looks ugly, but it has a plan. Black doesn't want to trade the bishops, similar to what Polgar did in game versus me. A bishop f4. And now, for example, b5. Preparing knight b6. h5. Let's say knight b6. Well, here, for example, white has attacking plans. Knight h2 is attacking plan, for example. Knight c4, queen g3. Knight b2, trying to win exchange. Knight g4. This is a very sharp position. Here, king h8 is interesting move. Knight takes d3. It seems like that white does not have more than perpetual check. King h8, knight f7, king back. You may wonder on knight h6 what happens if king f8. Well, king f8 has one drawback after move rook d3, that black cannot take a knight, because bishop takes and mate. You may wonder, does white have a threat? Well, white does have a threat. White wants to take queen g7, king g7, rook g3, and then checkmate. Then simply checkmate. Because if king f8, there will be mate on g8. Like, for example, let's suppose that black makes a move. Okay, this is simply mate. And next move is a checkmate. Wherever this king would go, either mate to g8 or mate to f7. But after king h8, it seems like that there is no more than perpetual check. So this is something for black to consider. Something basically possible. Knight d3, so this check and king h8 with perpetual check. White has initiative, but probably not more than enough for a draw. I had a game versus Stefansson, who here played move king h8. King h8, okay, is interesting move, but probably knight d3 is a better move, because knight d3 forces things more and is difficult to find for white something better than a draw. After king h8, white gets some extra options. I played move h6. Okay, on h6, now the question is, what is the best thing for black? On h6, let's say g6 is a mistake, because now knight f6 is simply winning. Bishop f6, bishop e5, and black regrets the fact that his king is on h8. Rook f8, rook f3. And if knight d1, rook f6, rook f6, and now comes winning move queen f4, which is a star move. Because rook has to be removed from defending c7 square. And now after rook cf8, bishop check on f6, king g8, queen c7 is simply winning because rook f7, bishop e7, look, queen is out. And just like a knight, check cannot be stopped. So rook f8, because if queen moves, it doesn't help. So rook f8, bishop d6, rook f7, queen d8, and black is mated. On my move h6, move rook g8 was played. On rook g8, white has also a number of options. For example, knight e5 is here an option. And it is not so simple for black, because if rook c2 f8, knight f6, ag6, queen g6, and now it is quite difficult, because rook h3 is a threat, and grabbing a rook still does not change very much. Rook h3 delivering a checkmate is basically going to happen in the game. So one move on is knight e5, which is nice move. And if f e5, ag7, rook g7, bishop e5, bishop f8, rook f3, having these threats. And let's say queen b7, rook b1, knight c4, rook takes b5. White, of course, needs to be very aggressive here, hitting black all the time. But black has resources like knight e5, rook b7, knight f3, queen f3, rook b7, and we reach some very strange position, queen f6, bishop g7, queen takes e6. Okay, two rooks and a bishop versus queen and three pawns. Not easy to say what is here basically going on. Very complicated material, imbalanced position. I would say that black is probably safe, because it is not so simple for white to be pushing all these pawns. On rook g8 also there is some other options, like for example rook f3, because greedy knight d1, now we lose to knight e5, because now knight rook cf8 is only move, because this is now simply going to be a checkmate. Rook g8, rook f7, bishop f8 takes. This is simply over. And if knight cf8, now we have again this motif knight g6, ag6, queen g6, and rook h3 or rook g3 to follow, and the mate. So on rook f3, g takes h6. Now white has nice idea like bishop to e5, and black has problems. Here white has very strong attack. Okay, on knight b6, so knight h2 is a possibility with these consequences, but knight d2 is stopping knight from jumping to c4, and this was my choice in that game versus Stefansson. Bishop f8. My choice was simply, to be honest with you, that these knight h2 lines, I could not calculate them. I saw this possibility, but I was not really sure what is going on here. I didn't know. And I decided, let me play move knight to d2 and stop knight c4. Bishop f8, queen still goes to g3. Well, this move has one plus, it is that it's stopping knight c4, but knight can still bother white rooks. And this knight is not attacking piece on g4. though some possibilities to come to e4 exists. Queen b7, h6. Rook b1 was interesting, just hitting a pawn and moving away from knight b2 fork. But h6, g6, and g5 is a blunder, because after bishop g5 there is no move. You cannot take because queen takes, queen f6. So g6, d5. Rook b1 was option. d5 is more direct. It is opening up the position. Idea is after ed5 that ed5 white is probably better, because you cannot conveniently take because of the pin. And if you cannot take, white is probably better because this pawn is a power. Knight a4, d6. And we have now a very complicated position. And probably best for black was to play cool move knight b2, just to ignore white, because after d7, knight d1, dc8, queen c8, which is a good move because rook c8 has a problem that queen g4 wins, hitting a knight and hitting a pawn. So queen c8, and position is probably about equal. Let's say queen f3, e5, which is a good move, because if knight b2, white has initiative. It's only a pawn. Rook will come, but e5, and okay, game is unclear. White has compensation, but probably not more than a compensation. Let's say game may continue, like for example queen d1, ef4, queen b3, queen e6, queen b5, bishop h6, rook d7. Messy position. But knight b2 needed to be played. This is probably about equal. White has compensation to hold, but not more. My opponent made a mistake. He played move rook cd8. It eliminates indeed d6-7 push, preserves knight b2 threat, but now problem is that e5 is a problem. Knight b2, and now comes a move probably missed by black, rook d4, because knight e4 is becoming very serious threat. If knight e1, knight e4, and everything will go wrong. Black tried bishop d6, ed6, knight d1, hoping to remove this pawn chain, but now knight e4 is coming. Rook f8, queen f3, hitting a knight and hitting a queen, because knight f6 is a threat. Queen f7, rook d1, g5, bishop e3, queen g6, bishop a7, and here black resigned because pawn is running. So this was interesting game. Now I want to go back to our main game. So rook d8 was played, h4, cd4, cd4, bishop d3, rook d3, knight d7, and bishop g5. And here Polgar did choose a similar decision like Stefansson. She played move f6. And on f6, I played move bishop f4. f6 again is having this little problem that it does weaken a king. Bishop h5 is possible. And now white has a choice. hg5 is what I played in my game versus Bologan. Game was played a little bit later than this game versus Polgar. It was played like 6 months later or something like this. Knight g5 is also an interesting move, because after h6, queen h5 looks very promising. AG5, AG5. You may wonder, can black properly defend here? He actually can not by playing move 95, bringing a knight to g6, because after rook h3, knight g6, queen h7, king f8, rook f3, black starts losing material. King e7, queen g7, rook f8, d5, position opens, and it goes wrong for this king. But on ag5, g6 is holding a position, because after queen h6, it looks like that this is going to be a checkmate. But black has very good resource in move queen c4. Now rook cannot move because queen d4. Rook a d1. It looks again that white is winning. But black has resource. Queen c2. Now rook cannot move because queen d1, king h2, queen d4. So queen c2, and now, well, it ends as a draw. Rook 1 to d2, queen c1, rook d1, queen c2 with a draw. You may wonder, can white be ambitious? Because now rook h3 is still a threat. It looks like winning, but it doesn't. It will lose because knight e5 now comes. Knight g4 is a threat, and if d5, rook d3, queen f4, and the draw. So this is interesting test for a black. If black finds all these moves, the game will be a draw. If not, he will get mated, he or she. I took hg5, queen a6, rook a d1. White is having here some pressure. Rook a c8, let's say queen e3. But black has enough play. Queen a4 happened, queen f4. Rook e8. Rook e8 is having strategic idea or tactical defense idea to play move rook c4 and to push e5. Rook c1. Also, it is running away from pins, like for example, if rook c4 immediately, moves like queen d6 can be unpleasant maybe. So rook e8, rook c1, rook c6, rook dc3, rook e c8, rook c8, rook c8, and now in my game I played rook c6, rook c6, queen c6, knight e5, knight e5, queen e5. I was actually thinking to be having some pressure here because of possibility to create a pass pawn, but h6 is making easy draw because gh6, queen c1, and checks. And if g3, ag5, queen b8, king h7, queen a7, queen e4, queen b6. Now black again has a draw. Queen e1, king g2, queen e4, king h2, queen c2, king g2, and game finished as a draw. My game versus Bologan in 2004. On rook c2, on rook c6, instead of rook c6, queen c6, and this queen ending, g3 was probably giving better chances, because now rook c1, queen c1, king f8 is unpleasant for black. Knight f8 is unpleasant for black because of knight e5. Queen d4, queen c7. This is very unpleasant. Let's say queen check on a1, king g2, queen takes on a3, protecting a knight, queen f7, king h8, knight c4 hitting a queen, and on queen e5 comes e5, and knight will come to d6, and it ends bad for black. But black has some defenses, like king f8, king g2, forcing black to take on c1 because otherwise rook h1, queen takes. White is probably a bit better here, but it's not easy. Like, for example, black doesn't have any direct idea here, so to push pawns might make sense. a5, queen c8, king, let's say, e7, queen c7, knight jump is an idea, king e8. If white doesn't want to make a draw with queen c8, then he can try to sacrifice a pawn, let's say d5, queen e4, d6, queen a1. Now white can cleverly unpin king g1 because king is in a mate. Let's say queen d8, knight d4, knight c5. Probably good move because otherwise a jump is going to come. So knight c5, queen c6, king f8. White definitely has compensation. That's for sure. But okay, can he win this? That's another question. But this is, let's say, an idea for players willing to ever play this kind of variation. They can analyze it, and white has promising position. Okay, in my game happened move f6, bishop f4, queen b7. This will be probably loss on tempo because black will ultimately play move queen a6. So probably immediate queen a6 was a better move. Queen b7, h5. Rook a c8, rook a d1, queen a6. Okay, we have here this kind of typical position. A pawn majority in center, a typical position. White can obviously play some neutral move like, okay, queen e3, for example. If black would be to move, black would probably like to do some trades, you know, to play move like rook c3. Here I decided that the time was right to force central developments, and I have pushed move e5 with idea after f5, which is not forced but almost forced because ef6 is a threat, to play move d5. It is in a way similar to Kasparov's game because after ed5, because knight c5 to win exchange doesn't look really like a great option. Look, this pawn is very strong pass pawn. It will be only exchange, and knight will come to g5 or to d4, e6 pawn is a problem, so d5, ed5 needs to be played. Knight d4 is playing for a maximum in the position, trying to throw everything on attack on this king. And it is going to sacrifice some material. Was there alternative? It was alternative. For example, queen a2 was alternative. Knight f8 is probably not good because of rook d5. Rook d5, queen d5, king h8, and now, well, queen f7. Bishop is hanging. Pawn will be hanging. If queen a3, there is h6. If queen a4, hitting my rook is also h6. And now queen d1, king h2, and black gets mated. But black has reasonable solution in queen c4, because after queen c4, rook c4, rook d5, rook f4, rook d7, rook d7, rook d7, bishop c5, probably a good move because bishop a3 is losing due to knight g5, and this is a problem. But bishop c5, if knight g5, there is rook d5, or takes. No, on knight g5, sorry, there is bishop f2 takes, and king cannot go to f1 because of check. If king h1, there is a check. So probably rook a7, h6. Okay, white is a pawn up. Black has reasonable drawing chances. So knight to d4 is playing for more. Rook f8, probably best move. Because knight c5 allows easy play. Knight f5 with queen g4 to follow soon. Knight e7 is a threat, so bishop moves to f8, queen g4. Knight d3, let's say knight h6, king h8, knight f7, king g8, queen e6, and this typical checkmate is going to arrive. And could be, yeah, this typical checkmate is basically there. So rook f8. Position is here very sharp. For example, knight e6 is not really as good as it looks, because after knight c5 probably black is better. Queen f3. Logical move, willing to win a pawn. With a check. Knight c5. And here logical move h6, willing to open position of this king. What is a little bit of a problem of this move h6 is that it is connected to piece sacrifice. Did I calculate everything so well when I gave the sacrifice? Not really. I calculated some lines. But I judged that it should be promising, because this queen is out of play and the king will be weak. And white will be attacking with many pieces. Black played definitely here strongest move, which is g5. Also, black doesn't really have alternatives. White wants to give queen d5 check and to take on g7 and to open up the king. g6 is not good because of queen d5, king h8, knight e6, let's say. And if knight d3, rook d3, white is having large, probably winning advantage, because it is only exchange. King is almost in mate. This is simply very large advantage. So g5 is the most challenging move, because now the best for white is move what I played, bishop g5, to give a piece. Removing the pawn defenses. Bishop g5. Queen h5. Logical move, because queen d5 may look tempting, but not really, because now I'm not mating this king. Queen is going to come with the threat of a trade, and also rook can hit me with a threat. So here it is better to have a queen on the safe position on h5. Is this all working for a white? It does work for white, so sacrifice was correct. Did I see all these lines? Not really, honestly. I did not see all these lines, which were now. But white has a reasons to believe that attack should work. Okay, it is a piece. This is true. But white, this pawn on f5 is probably going to fall. Almost for sure. King is weak. Queen is out of play. Knight will take some time to join the defenses. And it simply looks very promising. King is almost mated. Is piece a lot to sacrifice? Okay, it sort of is. But on the other hand, now the pawn defenses in front of this black king are basically gone. So black played move bishop f4, willing to prevent move rook g3, which is logical. Alternative? Well, alternative was move bishop d8. This was, let's say, alternative. But it does lose to knight f5. Threat is forced mate. Queen check and checkmate. King h8. Now let's say knight d6. Rook c7 loses to rook f3. Eliminating defender. You cannot take because queen e8 checkmate. And if knight d3, knight f7, king g8. And now knight takes d8 wins because it threatens forced mate. It is very important when you are launching this kind of attack and you are material down, if you can threaten a forced mate. And now black is in a bad shape, because if rook cd8, queen g5, king f7, queen f6, and there is a mate. If another rook fd8, e6. And again, it is important to threaten a forced mate. bringing queen in does not help very much, because still there will be a checkmate. This open king or queen g5, queen f6 and mate. Same story. So it doesn't help. Or this is also winning, let's say check. King goes, check. I can also win like this. Now threat is mate in 1. So these things does not really work, because here black is mated. So bishop f4, best move, preventing rook g3. Rook f3. Okay, precision is needed because knight f5 looks very promising, but after rook f5, queen f5, knight e3, there is no more than a draw. Queen e6, king f8, queen f6, king e8. And now there is no checkmate. Black is 2 pieces up, so it might make sense to make a draw with queen e6. Of course, playing such a position in a real game, it is easy when you know that you have those lines that you have, let's say, draw in a pocket. It helps. It's not easy, but it helps. Rook f3, keeping attacking pieces. Bishop e5 has to be played, knight f5. Again, attackers and defenders. King does not have too many defenders here. Queen b7, very logical move. Polgar wants to bring defender. Rook c8 is losing to knight e6. Because bishop cannot go away, because check and the mate. Knight is preventing queen from coming anywhere. And rook hangs. So simply this is a lost position. And also I'm threatening a forced mate. I'm threatening, let's say, check. King goes away, queen e5 check. Rook takes, rook f8. Threatening different kind of things here. So rook c8 is just losing. King h8. Let's say if king h8 trying to move a king, it loses to knight e7. Queen e5 is a threat. Bishop has only one square available. Bishop b2 and now rook b1. No more squares really available for a bishop, because with bishop d4, queen d5 wins. Because I want I want to take a bishop with a check. If queen c4, defending because rook b2, queen c1. Now knight c8 is winning. Knight c8, rook c8, queen f7, threat is checkmate. Rook g8, rook g3. This is not going to work, because if rook takes, pawn takes, there is no perpetual, there is nothing, king saves, and okay, there is a mate. And if rook c8, rook g7, queen c2, and now rook e1. And threat is very simple, mate on e8 and game is over. Is it too late to do something stupid like taking on a b2, believing in queen b2 there is a mate? No, chess is a beautiful game that you can always do something ridiculous, because this is losing to queen c1, king h2, queen h6, and black wins, black takes a rook, and goodbye. So, queen c2, rook e1, and game is over. On rook b1, is there any other option? Well, rook f3 is a possibility, but this also loses to rook b2, rook cf8, gf3. Rook cf8 is okay, not only move, but probably it is, because after I have killed this bishop, queen e5 checkmate is a threat. So rook cf8, gf3. Okay, here white is actually nothing down anymore. So b5, hoping to bring queen, let's say queen f5, queen f6, And now ending is good enough. Queen f6, rook f6, rook b5. Threatening knight and threatening still mate. Knight e6, rook b8. And okay, this ending is easily won for white because if rook, okay, simply takes and 2 pawns up. So bishop b2, rook b1. Here are no really good moves for black. If we come to this, if queen c4, rook g7, yes. If queen c2, we have this move, rook e1. Like I said, it is never too late to do something stupid. So rook e1, threatening mate. Bishop e5, trying to sell me same trick, because if rook takes, again, is a terrible blunder, because check, king goes, and check, and takes. But now rook g5, and now game is over. Bishop needs to move, and there is a mate. So in the game, queen b7 is arguably the most logical move, bringing a piece back. But rook d5, another piece is now coming into play. Rook cannot be taken because of obviously 97. Moves like rook takes f5 do not help, because queen f5, this rook will be hanging. So rook c8, queen g5, king h8, and here I have already seen beautiful tactical idea, and I took rook e5. However, it was possible to execute the same idea in a bit different way by playing move knight e7. This is beautiful idea because queen e5 checkmate is a threat. Knight cannot be taken because of mate on f8. So only way is to keep the bishop on diagonal. And now problem for black is that white cuts this diagonal. And there is going to be checkmate on g7 or checkmate on f8, depending what black chooses to do in this position. Next move is basically mate. I took rook e5, and play move knight e7. I simply somehow got captivated by the beauty of this idea, which is also winning, but it is less good than knight e7, because knight e7 is the most precise move, forcing resignation. Simply forcing resignation, because you keep a bishop, rook comes, and it forces resignation. There are no moves here. There is simply nothing to be done in this kind of position. So knight e7 was certainly a better move than the one what I played. But rook e5 leads to beautiful picture. Rook e5, knight e7. Now nothing can be taken. Rook cannot be taken because of mate. Queen cannot be taken because of mate. Black plays the best move, rook e1. King h2. Queen b8. Because again, knight cannot be taken, because if queen takes, rook takes, a checkmate. So queen b8 only move, because you cannot do this. So queen b8, rook g3, rook e7. Again, the only move that prevents mate, because knight e6 runs into beautiful checkmate. Queen g7, knight g7, mate. Queen g3, giving a queen, doesn't help, because fg3, knight e6, king is in a mate, queen d2, rook e4, let's say, queen d3, rook g4, queen e2. So rook e7. Now queen e7. Looks like there is a mate, knight e6. Queen e6, queen f4. Black has actually found best defense because white is now just a pawn up. And black is still kicking. But white is a pawn up and has a better position. a4. I played here this calm move, and black made a crucial blunder with the move a6 after finding all these great moves. Queen f2 is losing to mate. Rook g8, queen e5. But rook f7 was a way to struggle on because white does not have a mate. This was way for black to struggle on. Black played a6, hoping to create some sort of counterplay. But now problem is that queen b6 is a losing crucial pawn. Because rook f6 runs into pin, deadly pin, queen b2, queen h6, king moves. And this is this deadly pin. I can play rook f3 if I don't find anything better, and rook f6 winning pawn ending. So queen b6, rook b8, queen e3, rook ending will be easily won, queen h4, rook h3, queen f6, queen c3. And now black has a problem that rook ending 2 pawns down is completely lost. There is nothing to be done. This ending is just completely hopeless because king is weak and white is a 2 pawns up. So black resigned. This was interesting game, and a couple of other things which I was showing. I hope also that information which I provided about the game is useful. There are also some other lines in a PGN which you can explore on. I have here tried to give the most relevant variations and the most relevant ideas. Of course, I'm happy to have played this game, and this variation did serve me very well, winning a number of games against high-profile players. The last part of this recording chapter is going to be a World Championship match game between Boris Spassky and Tigran Petrosyan. Pawn majority in a center is important part of this book, an important part of the structures. You are obviously going to see that in a PGN part there are many games in this chapter, but for a recording part I did choose 3 games. One legendary game from a match between Spassky and Petrosyan, World Championship match. One game of my own, which I played versus Judith Polgar, the best female player ever, and that was also one of the best games I ever played. But I would start this with a game of young Garry Kasparov played versus Miguel Najdorf from a super tournament in Bugojno 1982. Before I start showing you the game, I would like to say something about this tournament. Bugojno is a very small place, very small city in Bosnia and Herzegovina. That was very well known in those years because it organized every 2 years a super tournament at that time. I think it started in 78 and then was in 80, 82, 84, and the last one was, I think, in 86. The time where they were talking to me to come and play in the tournament, 88, then they stopped with the tournaments because sponsoring company got into some, let's say, difficulties. 1982, young Garry Kasparov came to tournament in Bugojno. I think the tournament had 12 players, if I'm not mistaken, and he won with a massive margin. His opponent was Miguel Najdorf, who was at the end of his career. He was aged at the time, but Miguel Najdorf is a famous player who played in candidates. Originally from Poland, he played Olympiad in Buenos Aires in 1938, and then he stayed in Latin America because war started in Europe, and Miguel Najdorf was Jewish, so he didn't want to return to, obviously he didn't want to return to his native Poland, because native Poland was already occupied by Nazi Germany. And then he started his career, and he had fantastic career in chess and also a very successful career in business. These tournaments in Bugojna 1980s were special tournaments because at that time we obviously did not have internet. So how would you follow those kind of tournaments? You would follow this to buy a newspaper the next day and hope that as many games are going to be published in this newspaper. And second way to kind of follow this is to maybe go there to the place. I was fortunate enough that at that time I lived in Sarajevo, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. That is on about 120 maybe kilometers from Bugojna, something like this, 130. And my father Cenko, was chess aficionado. And few times we went there to see the tournament. And this is how I got first possibilities to see Kasparov, Tal, Karpov, those legends, Timan. Later on, in 1984 and 1986, I played in the Open tournament in Bugojna, which was organized at the same time where the main tournament, where the Super tournament was. And players from Super tournament, they stayed in a very small motel where Boris Pasky was normally playing tennis. They had a lot of tennis fields. But Open tournament group stayed in a hotel inside the town, and Mikhail Tal very often came to that hotel in a town in order to play endless blitz games with Božidar Ivanović, grandmaster from Montenegro, that participated in the tournament. And I remember very much watching these blitz games, and Tal was very friendly. He didn't mind people sitting and watching his games. He didn't have at all this sort of, let's say, star behavior. He was very easy to approach, very approachable. And so here I just wanted to give this kind of story, how it was to follow the tournaments and to visit the tournaments in those years when internet transmission did not exist, where cameras in a playing hall did not exist, where simply we lived in a different time. But now let's go back to our game. So Kasparov is white, Garry Kasparov is white, Miguel Najdorf is black. We will have a Petrosian variation of a Queen's Indian, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, b6, a3. This is called Petrosian variation of Queen's Indian, named after world champion, former world champion Tigran Petrosian, who started to play this in 1958. But variation also can be easily named Kasparov variation, because young Garry Kasparov started to employ this, I think, in 1979. And in 1980, he won many games with this in Olympiad in Malta, La Valletta. And also he won a couple of brilliant games in a World Championship the same year, 1980, when he became a World Junior Champion. What is the purpose of move a3? You may wonder, why would somebody play this? Well, white would like to fight for its central squares, right? The problem is, if I want to fight for central squares by developing my knight, black can basically pin me with bishop b4. So that's why white is playing move a3, in order to make sure when this knight develops to c3 and wants to control the central squares, that it cannot be pinned. Bishop e7. Bishop e7 is one of two main moves here. The other main move for black is move bishop a6, hitting this pawn on c4, where normally white responds with the queen c2, but okay, this is a different matter. So here we are not going to go into this because this is a middle game course. So bishop e7, knight c3. Now white's knight cannot be pinned. And what Whitefoot is now ready to do, let's say black now has to, let's suppose that black would play move bishop e7. Then white is now ready to push d5, followed by e4, and to take center. So here usually main move for black is move d5. Black has also tried some sidelines, like knight e4 has been played as a sideline. Move g6 has been played as a sideline. In knight e4 line, actually, Kasparov had one brilliant win versus Ulf Andersson, which I would advise everybody to have a look at. In that game, if I remember it correctly, Kasparov took knight e4, bishop e4, knight d2. And now black has two main moves. One is bishop e7 or bishop g6. If I remember it correctly, Ulf Andersson played move bishop g6, and later on Kasparov won brilliant game. This game was also played in the 80s. I forgot, was it also one of these tournaments in Yugoslavia, Bugojno or Nikšić, or was it Tilburg Interpolis in Netherlands? But main move is move d5. Black is fighting for the center, obviously. C takes d5. Main move for white, though white has also here tried different moves like bishop g5, for example, being one of them. C takes d5. Black here has two main moves. One is e takes d5, which sometimes is followed, most of the time is followed up by later by c5, which can lead after white takes to either hanging pawns in a center position, or black will take back with a piece, and it will lead to isolated pawn in the center positions. But knight takes d5 is considered to be the main move. In this chapter, and also in this particular chapter, we have a couple of games in this variation. One game being this one, then there is game between Galyamova and Tivyakov. You will find all these games in PGN form. But in this recording part also is game between me and Judith Polgar, where I played move queen c2, which is another popular move in this position. What would white like to do? White would love to push e4. But the point is that if you push e4 immediately, which has been tried by the way, it is a gambit. Problem is after knight c3, bc3, bishop e4, knight e5, that position looks very promising for white, because white wants to maybe go out with a queen. White wants to maybe develop quickly with a check, then to castle and to put rook on e1. What is the problem? Problem is that computer is not really impressed, and it has been established that black here easily defends, and that white with his sacrifice is maybe fighting for equalities, and this sacrifice is not played any longer. Move queen c2, which I played versus Judith Polgar, is obviously aimed to push e4, so that queen is protecting this pawn. Kasparov is here playing move e3, which is another main move. By the way, queen c2 and e3 often lead to similar positions, which I would also show in my game versus Polgar. But e3 aims to develop bishop to d3 and then to push e4. Bishop e7. Bishop e7 is considered main move for black. Other moves have been tried here too. For example, g6 was the idea of Viktor Korchnoi, tried versus Kasparov in their candidates match. And Viktor even won that game with the black. So g6 is one of the moves. Knight f6 to go back, so that move c4, that e4 doesn't happen later on, is also has been tried. Knight d7 was played by Tivyakov versus Galyamova. You are going to find this game in a PGN part of the book. Knight c3, just removing this central tension. defining a pawn structure has also been tried, but bishop e7 is maybe considered to be the main move. Bishop e5. This check is invention of Petrosyan himself. What is the purpose of this check? Well, purpose is to provoke black to play move c6, and then white goes back with the knight to d3. With the bishop to d3, white will later push e4, but black will need relatively quickly to push c5 to open up his bishop. Does black have a choice on the check? Black doesn't really have a choice because bishop c6 looks very ugly, because now I can go back. I will later push my pawn, and bishop is standing in the way of a pawn, so it doesn't make too much sense. Knight d7 is a straightforward blunder, right? Because I have this pin. So bishop e5 c6, bishop d3. This is all very well-known theory. And now knight f2 on c3. This will happen sooner or later, because if white pushes e4, black will also take. And also here point is that it is handy move for black because he wants to determine a pawn structure. bc3, c5. Those are all theory moves. I don't want to really delve too much into theory. I'm just trying to give some general guidelines because we have books and books which are written on this line. So I did not check, but I would not be surprised if there is opening course in a Chessable written by somebody about this particular variation, so I will not delve too much in a theory. I will try to focus myself more about strategic part. Castles. Now black has a main dilemma as to where to develop this knight, because knight c6 and knight d7 are both very logical. Knight c6 is of course having its advantage because it is hitting on a white center. Knight d7 has advantage that if white decides, let's say, if white at some stage decides to push e4 and d5, if knight is on d7, you are not on a tempi. In this game, neither played move knight c6. It is difficult to say what is a better move. I leave it to people to investigate in opening manuals. So knight c6, e4. Very logical move, but here somehow white has to decide as to whether white wants to play move e4, aiming at pawn majority in the center, or maybe white wants to play move bishop b2 instead, aiming to push c4, and after cd4, ed4 to have hanging pawns in center. This is a choice. e4 is played more, but Kasparov had one of the spectacular wins playing move bishop b2. A year later, in a tournament in Nikšić 1983, so all these tournaments in Yugoslavia that Kasparov was winning at that time, versus a Portish. I would like to show this game because it is, I think, very instructive. Bishop b2, rook c8, queen e2, castles, rook a d1, queen c7, c4, cd4, ed4, hanging pawns in center. This is also instructive game connected to our next chapter, last chapter, which will be in this recording, hanging pawns in center. What I was showing is that many times we have structural changes. In this case, white is doing very well with these hanging pawns in center, because actually, usually, white here has attacking power. And attacking power is unleashed by pushing d5, opening diagonals to a bishop. I remember that what Portish did, cd4, ed4, knight a5, is very logical because he wants to hit these pawn. I do remember that computers prefer move knight a5 first. Why? Because idea is that if you push, let's say, d5, ed5, cd5, that now as a difference to what will happen in this game between Kasparov and Portish, you have this c pawn, so you can try to generate a counterplay by pushing it. Okay, what Portish did was more straightforward. He took cd4, ed4, and played move knight a5. He's hitting a pawn, he's hitting a weakness, and he's asking white a question. What you gonna play? And here Kasparov answers with a very instructive pawn break. Try to remember it, because it is very instructive pawn break in these hanging pawns in a center type position. Kasparov here played move d5. He is ready to not sacrifice a pawn because he will be able to defend it, but he is doing he will be able to get it back, but he is pushing a central pawn in order to making a pawn break, in order to open his bishops, and in order also to activate his knight. ed5, cd5, bishop d5. Now we see the reason why white pushed d5. Everything is open. All white pieces are working, aiming at the black king. Kasparov here played the most human move, bishop h7. He is damaging a pawn structure, and he gets his pawn back, and he gets attack, because with a lot of pieces he is aiming at black king. Your computer engine will tell you that white has different moves here. That move knight d4 was also pretty strong, because you are attacking, Now actually we are talking again attackers and defenders, because white is attacking with many pieces. Look, all the pieces are attacking pieces, and the last one can join any moment. A black king, very few defenders around. If you let your stockfish, at least mine, here work a little bit, he will soon tell you that position is winning for white, that white has a winning attack, which is not so strange. Here again we have something which we have seen also in this isolated pawn in center games when we had a pawn break. This knight on a5 is pretty much useless piece. Kasparov, he took bishop h7, king h7, rook d5. What Kasparov did is very human, because he got his pawn back. He damaged a pawn structure because one of the pawn defenders in front of king have disappeared. And he's still attacking because this rook is attacking piece. King g8. Black is trying to consolidate. Now question is, how is white supposed to continue? Here Kasparov played a beautiful move, well calculated. A bishop takes g7, removing a pawn defenses. Everybody playing a game understands that bishop g7 is a candidate move, because you remove a pawn defenses. But okay, to understand that it is a candidate move and to actually play it and execute it the right way is not the same thing. So Kasparov plays bishop g7, king g7, and now comes a very important part, because white has two obvious candidate moves. Because this king is open, we have to bring some more pieces. One candidate move is knight d4. The other candidate move is knight e5. And you may wonder, what is a better move? It is far from obvious, because both moves are very human moves. Your computer engine will tell you that Kasparov did play the best move, which is knight e5. Why is knight e5 better than knight d4? Well, with knight d4 you want to jump to f5, but with the knight on e5 you are having a control. You can hit pawn on f7, what happened in a game. Or you also, if let's say black wants to run with a king, you don't really run, because you have some unpleasant checks potentially. Or first queen f5, hitting this pawn. So this is advantage of the knight on e5. So knight e5 is a precise move. Portish played move rook fd8, willing to trade rooks, which is very logical, because this really doesn't look good. Queen f5. This looks just completely winning, because I want to take, I want to give a check, I want to enter, I want too many things. So rook fd8, queen g4, king f8, and now we see the reason why is this knight strong. Queen f5, hitting on f7, f6, knight d7, knight d7, rook d7, queen c5. Materially, black is doing kind of okay. Black has bishop and the knight versus rook and the pawn, but black problem is his weak king. Queen h7, and white had a winning attack, and white won the game. Again, this knight is out of play, and black is not in time to bring it in. So this was one of the spectacular wins of Kasparov, which was analyzed a lot at the time, because your engine will tell you here that white has a winning advantage, but you can imagine that in 1983, when the game was played, it will be published in a newspaper, and okay, we would all analyze it the next day, trying to figure out if there was any defense for black in such a position. And somehow I cannot help but remember those days that there was something magic about chess before engines came. Maybe it is my personal opinion, because okay, I'm of an age that I am, but there is something magic about this, because you were not sure about the truth of the position, and mistakes were made. Here, well, you're also not really completely sure, because there is engine and there is maybe even better engine, but you can be 100% sure that if there is some direct line and your stockfish or alpha 0 or whatever, when it is, let's say, on depth 30 is giving you +3, this is +3, this is not going to change. And in the time, pre-engine time, such a positions, let's say, were analyzed very deeply, trying to understand whether knight e5 or knight e4 is a better move, and trying to figure out all the nuances of the position. So this was beautiful game of Kasparov, with a pawn sacrifice, with this central pawn break, opening all the pieces, and indeed it is connected to, it is a hanging pawns in a center execution. So let us go back to game e4. This is going to result, ultimately this is going to result in a pawn majority in a center position, because Blackwood takes, we are going to get this kind of structure later on. Najdorf decided here to castle. Black has also another option, which was played in one game of Kasparov. This is move rook c8. It was played, I think, in a same tournament by Boris Slavivkov. Let me see. Yes, it was played in 1982 in Bugojno, in the same tournament by Boris Slavivkov. Rook c8, delaying a castle. Kasparov here played move bishop b2. Bishop e3 was another development which will probably most likely transpose to our game, because black would ultimately take cd4, and we are going to get position from our game. But let's see this one, bishop e2, bishop f6. We see here a little bit of a reasons why black is holding his king on e8. He wants to somehow a little bit arrange his pieces so that d5 pawn push is not so easy. But Kasparov here actually sacrifices a pawn, pushes d5, playing on this king in the center. ed5, ed5, queen d5, rook e1. We have interesting position. White has sacrificed the pawn in order to have this king in the center. However, okay, it is a pawn sacrifice. And it is not like that white is mating black or something. So this pawn sacrifice, a lot was based on intuition, because Kasparov, he could not calculate that he will for sure get something out of it. He has good reason for his intuition, because I always used to say that intuition is a knowledge application. White is very much ahead in development. Ahead in development based on the fact that black didn't castle. And it is probably worth the pawn. King f8 is the most logical move, and move played by Ivkov. But let's see if move knight e7 is also possible. Because knight e7 looks like a smart move. You are keeping option to castle. And you are asking white, how is he going to proceed? Well, here white has to be precise and play move knight e5. Play move c4, hitting a queen first. Queen c6 is wrong because of simple bishop e4. So queen d6, protecting also bishop, because you cannot, just move a queen, because then you don't want, this pawn structure damage is not something what you like. So queen d6, being able to recapture with the queen. Now comes knight e5. Rook d8. Logical move, trying to pin white. If queen c7, white has with aim to castle, because you still cannot castle, because it is a queen blunder. So if queen c7 aiming to castle, white has either queen h5, stopping castle and asking for weaknesses, or queen a4 check, bishop c6, queen c2, again targeting the king side. So knight e5, rook e8, rook d8, let's say queen a4, king f8, rook a d1. We see here initiative which white is holding. Queen c7, bishop e4, for example. White is having all this initiative because of weak king. Rook d1, rook d1, bishop e4, and now knight d7, king to g8, knight f6, gf6. King is now basically weak. Queen e8 is not good, because after king g7, bishop f6, king f6, queen f8, king g6, there is no clear follow-up, and black is actually having material advantage. But after gf6, bishop f6 is very strong move, because black is paralyzed. White is threatening mate in 1, which black has a problems to solve, because let's say if queen c8, simple chess, queen d7. Queen d7, rook d7, queen trade here wins, let's say knight c6, rook to c7, threatening a checkmate. With a very few pieces, white is having total domination. I want to checkmate and to win a rook. So here, white is, in order to prevent mate, black will have to end in a hopeless exchange down ending. If knight to c6, move f3 is killing black, because bishop needs to go away, and now we have a back rank problem with a simple tactics, removing a queen and delivering a checkmate. So knight e7 was wrong move. Ivkov played a good move. He played move king f8. Position is very tense. It is not easy for white to prove that compensation is basically so fantastic. Also, I want to show knight e5. Yeah, there are no other moves. No, there are no other moves. So knight e7 we did deal with. So rook e1, king f8 was played in a game, queen c2, knight e5. Black would love to change a few pieces, which is understandable. Bishop e4, knight f3, bishop f3, queen d7. White will have to take on b7, but let's grab a tempi in between to develop a rook. Queen c7, bishop b7, queen b7. Okay, we have position which White is obviously having initiative. He did not sacrifice a house. He only sacrificed the pawn. This king is still needs to be solved, but also many pieces have been traded. Here Kasparov did not play a best move. c4 was probably best move. Because after bishop b2, which is forced, queen b2, it is quite difficult to solve a king problem, and those two rooks are going to somehow penetrate. So let's say h5. This is a common way to try to solve a problem. He wants to play rook h6, but rook d6 is stopping it. And let's say h4, queen d2. Threaten a checkmate. Queen b8, rook d7. And dominating white rooks are going to decide the game. Black is here lost. Kasparov made a mistake. He wanted to get to d7 immediately and he played move queen a4. He got here a bit fortunate because h5 was played in the game, allowing rook d7. However, on queen a4 was a drawback because b5 was the strongest move. Let's say queen f4, h5. Rook d6. Now queen c7 doing a pin is not such a great move because queen f5. You cannot take a rook because I'm hitting here and I'm also threatening rook d7. But rook h6 is a good move. And white's compensation is very questionable because white has a strong rook. But compared to previous lines, compared to, let's say, to these type lines, black here has a bishop which is protecting him. And this bishop, for the time being, is not a good piece. It needs to be activated, which is not simple, and it will take time. h5 was played in a game. Rook d7. This was game Kasparov Ivkov Bugoyno 1982. And here black had to play move queen c6. This was the best move, which he didn't do. So queen c6, and after queen a7, king g8. And the game is actually quite sharp, because point is that it is not like you can get a pawn for free. Why? Because you have a back rank problems. Then comes very strong counterplay. You cannot take a rook because I will play move queen e8 and then rook is hanging and a mate. Such a kind of move is not to be, let's say, okay, you can play, but it is not to be recommended because I have queen e6 hitting a rook and I want to deliver checkmate. The same thing would apply if rook goes anywhere else apart from f1. But here black is having very strong compensation because white is not threatening anything. Black can consider moves like rook e2, or he can consider moves like h4, threatening h3, threatening to activate a rook. So such a position is actually completely unclear. I did put a note that in the PGN that white is better and black has good drawing chances, but actually this note is wrong. This is completely unclear position. Your stockfish is going to give you zeros even at a decent depth because this king is not so badly placed. A rook can be activated. this bishop is better placed than this bishop on b2. Bishop on b2 is very bad piece here. This is what Kasparov has underestimated, and that's why he had to play move c4. So white handled the game extremely well until this moment, but here is a matter of decision, and the c4 was the right decision in this kind of position. Because, like I said, after this trade, simply those two rooks are going to penetrate the 7th rank, and white gets a winning advantage. Okay, we now go back to our game, where Najdorf has castled. Bishop d3, bishop e3, logical move, very logical move, developing and then deciding later what to do. You may wonder, okay, now that black has castled and white can push move d5 without losing a pawn, why white didn't do this and what is evaluation? Not easy to say. Let's say ed5, knight a5, c4. If white can manage to somehow safely build up his attack, white will then do obviously very well. But the point is that black is having its trumps, let's say b5. Now white cannot keep this center, and this bishop will become a good piece. So here actually black is doing very well in this kind of position. Let's say cb5, I can take. When I take cb5, we had it in a practical game where black has played move bishop f6, which looks extremely logical, taking a tempo and after rook b1 playing move queen d5. Very logical. But okay, now small problem is that this knight on a5 is out of play. Queen c2 happened, rook fe8. White doesn't want to waste time on bishop h7. White played here move bishop d2. And somehow black is not well coordinated here. Queen h5, trying to tactically defend the knight, because bishop a5 runs into bishop f3, gf3, bishop e5, and now there is suddenly attack on the king, and after f4, queen g4, king h1, black has minimum a draw, queen f3, king g1, queen g4, but can also evaluate to play for a win, can certainly evaluate other options. So queen h5, rook fe1, bishop f3, gf3. Now suddenly white is better because this king is not as weak as it seems. Bishop e5. If knight b7, bishop e4. Doing the pin. And let's say rook e7. Now b6 is quite a strong move because I either get a terribly strong pawn or I get open b file for my rook, one of the two, which both is extremely good news. And here, like gf3, bishop e5 was played therefore. But now comes rook e5. Rook e5. Now what to do? Because it looks like that white overcalculated himself, because bishop a5 is going to run into checkmate. Rook g5. I cannot run to h1 because it's mate in 1. And I cannot run because rook e8 comes. And black wins. Because you cannot run with the king. You cannot somehow try to be clever and to run because I can win a piece amongst other things. But after rook e5, white actually did not overcalculate himself. White here played move bishop e4 first, hitting a rook. Rook d8, bishop a5. And now we see the big difference of inclusion move bishop e4, rook d8, because now if rook gives me check, I can safely go to h1. So here smoke has cleared. This was in a game Arutinian, Melkumian from 2007, and white was here better and went on to win. But black's opening strategy was actually good because b5 was a strong move. But after cb5, black had to play move queen d5 first. It is interesting because what Melkumian played, bishop f6, is logical human idea. Why not to get a tempo and after queen d1 take on d5? But actually, there is a reason why queen d5 is a better move, because on queen c2 there is now a move knight b3. That's the difference. And black has excellent game. So to push d5 immediately is premature. Kasparov played move bishop e3. Logical, and now cd4, we are now getting a pawn majority in the center, which we will get in a couple of other games in this chapter, because usually this pawn majority in a center comes actually most of the time from d4 games, and in our book a lot of those are going to come from either this variation of Queen's Indian or from a semi-Tarrasch. Najdorf here played move rook c8, which is logical move, putting rook to a file. But let us sort of a little bit try to understand this. White's aim will be to attack a black king. Usually what white will try to do, white will go for this pawn push. Either to push a pawn or sometimes to sacrifice it. What black would like to do, black will like to play on a queen side. That's why a Najdorf play move rook c8, because he would like to maybe move a knight and to play on a queen side. Of course, when you make such a move, you do have to count on potential pawn push and try to evaluate those kind of positions. Whether this pawn, which has now just opened some diagonals, whether this pushing had the right timing. White also has another idea here. Let's suppose that black jumps, because black wants to make sure after d5, ed5, that I cannot take ed5 because it costs a pawn, straightforward. White has here another idea, which we will see in some of the games. This is to push e5 and to try to play move knight e5. I just want to show the idea. Let's suppose that now black play move rook c8 and white jumps. White has now a lot of pieces hitting on a black king. Or queen g4. This pawn on d5 is not very relevant because my knight is strong blocker. Bishop is hitting into its own pawn. This is, let's say, typical idea for a white in such a kind of position. What can be another ideas for black apart from this rook c8, what Najdorf played with knight a5 ideas? Well, idea for black which is not played much, but it deserves investigation, is, let's say, move king h8. You may wonder, why do I want to play move king h8? Well, one of the ideas is to actually play move f5, to undermine white center. This has been played, this idea I have seen being played by Razuvaev, being played by Smyslov. It is not played much nowadays, but idea is certainly worth investigation. It is strong positional idea. Let's see one game where things went very well for black. This is game Vaganyan-Razuvaev, played in 1982. Queen e2. White is obviously not aware of black's idea. White is probably thinking that black played king h8 as a prophylactic move so that pawn on h7 can never be taken by check. Otherwise, white could consider a move like queen b1, preventing black's next move. Queen e2, f5. Here white does not have, like in my game versus Howell, which you will see in this chapter, ideas like to push d5, let's say, I would love to play such a kind of stuff. And then to somehow jump and get it all done. But it doesn't work simply because, well, you can simply take. And, well, this stuff is hanging. I will never get what I want to get. So f5. If e5, black has very comfortable game. Because this bishop is now open. f4 may come at some moment. Black is doing very well. White decided to play move rook a d1 to keep the tension. Maybe white was judging, white was hoping to get this fe4, bishop e4, and then judging that e6 is weaker than d4, and also perhaps this king position. But black played very well. Black pushed f4. Bishop c1, and now black bravely took the pawn, knight d4. Knight d4, queen d4, bishop b2. Queen c5. Not a bad move. Black is judging that white's initiative is not strong enough. But black even had a better move in a Zwischenzug or intermediate move f3. Because white now has to either get very bad ending, bishop d4, fe2, bishop e2, bishop e4. Black is simply pawn up for absolutely nothing. Sound pawn up. Or after gf3, queen c5, white has terrible pawn structure. Black is the one having very strong attack. This king is horrible piece. So f3 was very strong move. Queen c5 was played in the game, allowing queen g4. But still, after queen g5, there is not enough compensation. In the case of queen trade. e5, for example, would offer some compensation. Rook c1, queen d6, rook fd1. I would like to move my bishop somewhere and then to enter with one of the rooks. e5 is also hanging, but queen g5 was a good move. Because here, if white trades queens, he has no compensation for a pawn. White decided to grab a pawn back, but now white king will become a problem. Rook a8, threatening different moves. Queen d7, f3, g3. Now white king is a problem. Bishop c8, queen a7, bishop c5. White is a pawn up, but his king is a problem. Rook fe1, queen h6. Now white blundered simple tactics, because actually bishop takes f2 is a threat. But h4 also doesn't solve a problem, because queen goes to g6. Threatening to take while you cannot go away, because, okay, this pawn is hanging. Bishop f1 happened. Bishop f2. King f2. Queen check on h2. King e3. Queen b2. Attacking bishop is gone. Black is a pawn up. White has centralized king, and black won very soon in Vaganyan Razuvaev 1982. You may wonder, can move f5 be played immediately? Well, not quite, because now queen b3 is unpleasant. So you need to, actually, if you want to play move f5, you need to first to play move like king h8. Which I would advise you to try in your own games, because there is very good chance when you play move king h8 that the same like Vaganyan in this game, that black simply would have no idea what does the white want. You may wonder, is bishop f6 a smart move? It looks like a smart move, because you are putting bishop on this diagonal, pressuring a pawn, and you don't allow some move like d5. But actually white has his trumps. Let's say bishop e1, rook c8, queen d3. Okay, now white has built his battery and has a threat to win a game. Double attack, right? So g6, solving this problem. Now bishop a2. White would like to have a capability to open up the diagonal. Queen d7. Rook a d1. White is getting ready for a pawn push. Black goes away. With the knight, he doesn't want to be on tempi. Bishop h6. Good move, hitting a rook. Because d5 does not hit a knight and also allows moves like rook c3. So bishop h6, rook fe8, knight g5. Here white has promising attack, because his central pawns are having its dynamic capabilities. I mean, pawn is push is hanging in the air, opening up a bishop. Bishop is good. Knight is attacking piece. Black does not have a clear counterplay. White had promising attack here, and he won very soon. So let us then go back to the game. Rook c8 was played. So like I said, king h8 idea with f5 to follow here or on the next move is something very seriously to investigate. And I advise you to investigate, because I like this plan very much, preparing f5 and also taking out a lot of these d5 ideas. In the game was played rook c8, queen e2. In one of his earlier games, Kasparov in 1981, so year before this, in game versus Karoli, Kasparov played move rook a2. He wants to put a bishop to b1, maybe rook to d2, and to push his pawn. Let's see. Bishop f6. Bishop b1, protecting a pawn. g6. Clever move. In many lines, okay, protecting king, just like in a previous shown game between Furman and Pano. Okay, so g6. Queen d3. I guess that to play rook d2 with idea push pawn, Kasparov probably did not like move knight a5, right? Because this rook is then not on a good square. So, queen d3, queen d7. Rook d2, he wants to push it now, but rook fd8. It's not so simple. Queen e2, willing to push and to have a rook ready. Rook ready hitting on the screen. Knight a5, running away from tempi. Knight e5, this is a very difficult moment in the game. White is ready to get very serious attack. Should this knight be taken or not? Because if black takes it, black doubles white pawns, but okay. King is going to be weak. Black takes correct decision. Bishop e5. d5, queen c7. It turns out that actually white cannot do his dream attack bishop g5, bishop f6, queen e3, queen h6, and a checkmate. Because rooks are going to be traded and this pawn is weak. Bishop is totally out of play. This bishop is one big pawn. Rook d8, rook d8, bishop g5, rook d4, bishop f6 doesn't achieve its aim because white does not manage to put his queen to h6 because black has queen c3. Queen g4, bishop a6, queen g5, queen d2. And black is probably going to win this game, because the problem is that I want to trade queens, and also rook is hanging, and white does not have good solutions in this position, because problem is that you cannot try to be smart to push a move like f4 for different reasons actually. Queen e2 is winning, hitting the rook and going there, but also queen check is winning because king goes to h1, bishop f1, and now there is no checkmate, queen h6, because black is there to checkmate first, bishop g2, king g2, rook d2, and mate. So Kasparov on rook d4 played queen e3, sacrificing a pawn because, okay, he cannot basically hold it. Queen takes e5, f4, queen d6, bishop e7. Kasparov is making the best out of his situation. Queen d7, bishop f6, rook d1, willing to trade the rooks. And here Kasparov understood that he does not have enough for his sacrificed pawn. But he also understood that his name is Kasparov. And at that time, we did not have these rules that you cannot offer draw before move 30 or 40. This was move 28. So he played move bishop c2, offering a draw. And respect is a beautiful thing. He equalized with the offer because draw offer was taken. So I like this game because actually in this position after knight e5, black took very correct decision, not easy to take. Grabbing on e5, allowing d5, allowing all these weaknesses around the king, because correctly calculating that white will not manage his mating attack because black has enough resources and black was better. Okay, queen e2. This was game 81, now game in 82, queen e2 was played. Knight a5. Najdorf sticks to his plan on queenside play. King h8 was possible. And it was played in a game Brown-Smyslov 2 years before this game. And after a4, after rook fd1, Smyslov played knight a5. And after a4, he went for f5 idea. And again, it is working. ef5, e5, bishop f4, knight b3. Black is winning a pawn. Rook ab1, bishop f3, queen f3, knight d4, queen b7, hoping to win a pawn back and to save the game. And here, actually, in this very comfortable for a black position, in a game Brown-Smyslov, white equalized with a draw offer, queen b7 with a draw offer which was taken, but black has a very good position. For sure, not worse. Okay, queen e2, knight a5, rook fe1. Kasparov wants to push d5, but he wants to be ready for it. He wants to put more pieces in play. Again, king h8 certainly comes into consideration. Again, with similar kind of ideas. So let's say king h8, h4. And this was basically played versus Kasparov by Grosspeter in year earlier, 1981, in Graz, the same game where this Kasparov equalized with his draw offer versus Karoli. On king h8, Kasparov pushed h4 because he understood that, let's say, in the case of some other move, that f5 is positional threat. So he pushed h4 because now, okay, if you play f5, I have some moves like knight g5, right? What is problem with h4? h4 is a pawn sacrifice. And black here takes brave decision to take it. Sometimes you see these pawn sacrifices, let's say we have it in this PGN form, you have it in a game, let's say, in isolated pawn structure, a game Kramnik-Hübner, which you could have a look at. So h4, bishop h4, rook ad1, bishop e7. Kasparov sacrificed the h-pawn. He gained a little bit of time, but probably not enough time. Capablanca said that any pawn sacrifice is good if you gain 3 tempis. Here you don't get 3 tempis. That's a bit of a problem. d5. There is no time to waste. White lost already one pawn, and he has to play for initiative. Bishop c5, good move. Any trade will be good for black. Bishop f4, keeping the tension. f6. Covering important squares. Temporary giving a pawn on e6. d6, queen e7. Black wants his pawn back. Bishop e1, queen e6. Probably Kasparov here miscalculated the next move which black will play. The best move was knight e4, hoping to get enough, hitting a queen, hoping to get enough compensation based on the fact that this knight is still stranded on a5. Knight h4, Kasparov was probably dreaming about checkmating. But he missed a following move, probably. Missed or underestimated. g5. Very strong move. Willing to win a piece. White will save a piece, but he will have to enter the ending. Bishop a2. Queen e4. Good decision. Forcing ending. Queen e4. Bishop e4. Rook e4. g4. Rook f4. Rook cd8. Black is here simply better because white is running out of ammunition. Black is temporarily a pawn up. Pawn is hanging. You cannot easily equalize to take, and let's say grab a pawn. Because black has different things. One idea is to take and to say mate me. Second idea is check. Move the king. Move a rook. Having a double attack. So in this position, white is obviously fighting for a draw. Maybe it is a good idea to mention that being greedy like bishop a3 is actually a horrible blunder, because is it possible to blunder with a limited number of pieces? Yes, because here knight g6 is winning. You have to take, otherwise I win exchange. Rook h4, king g7, rook d7, and black gets mated. But after rook cd8, black is simply having a clear advantage. But again, respect is a beautiful thing. Black played rook cd8 and made only one mistake in this game. He offered a draw, which Kasparov gladly took. On king h8, if white doesn't want to sacrifice a pawn, he has a couple of other options, but black is probably doing very well. Rook ad1 is, for example, interesting option. Sacrificing a pawn, bishop a3. But now white really gets attacked, knight g5. Now actually this king is not that well placed on h8, because queen h5 is a very nasty threat. Hitting h7, also f7 is not defended. So let's say after knight g5, h6, queen h5, you have to lose time on king g8. Now let's say e5. Another idea is thematic sacrifice, d5, e5, e5, which we see in a number of games in this chapter. Here we see typical way of attacking in this pawn majority in center position. White sacrificed two pawns, but is attacking with whole army of his pieces. Black has stranded bishop, stranded knight, and the bishop hitting its own pawn. White played e5, queen d5, hoping to get counterplay. Knight f3. Preventing a checkmate threat is bishop h6. f5. Okay, if queen d7, bishop h6 and checkmate. You cannot take because I take. Threat is bishop g7 and mate. Or queen g5. Bishop g7 is a threat and mate on h7. So f5. Still bishop g6. hg6. Queen g6 check. King h8. Queen h6. King g8. Queen g6. King h8. Should white make a draw? No, because white is having very good move in move bishop e4. If f e4, there is no longer mating threat. This is the whole purpose. Now pawn is on e4, stopping mating threat, and knight g5 now wins. There is no mate. I want to checkmate. Queen back to d3, typical win. Another piece comes in play and game is over. If move queen d7, then it's simple chess. Bishop knight g5. Threat is rook e3. So you don't have time to take a bishop, so rook c3, bishop e7, knight b7, knight e6, rook f7, d5. And white's rolling pawns, combined with this terrible king, will decide a battle here. On king h8, we had a game between Schmidt and the Smyslov. So, like I said, Smyslov played this idea many times. This game is from 1980. He will get to a good position, but something will go, he will make a mistake later on. a4 was played in the game. White would like to play move rook a d1, but not to sacrifice a pawn. I think that rook a d1 is a critical move, because bishop a3 is, least to say, very risky due to lines I was showing after knight g5. Probably white has attack worth more than a pawn. So rook a d1 is probably correct move. a4 is a time waster, because after f5, black is executing his plan. You don't have any pawn breaks. You will need a rook on d1 in order to consider some pawn breaks like d5. Because, for example, here, if you don't want to take on a3, if you push, I can consider these pawn breaks. That's a different story, because if you take, I take by bishop, and if you take, there is a pin, and I have many moves to consider here. Many moves to consider. So that's why rook a d1 is probably correct move. In the game was played a4, f5, ef5, ef5, bishop f4, bishop e4. Now black is doing very well. So a4 was certainly not the right move. Rook e d1, knight b3, black is going for a pawn. Rook a b1, knight d4. Knight d4, queen d4, hitting a bishop. Fortunately for white, he has some play. Bishop e5, queen d5, threatening mate, f4. Protecting a bishop, protecting a mate. Actually cementing a bishop on e5 and protecting a mate. Here black made a mistake. Black played move bishop c5, which is not the best move, though is very logical, because bishop is hanging. He's solving this problem with a check. a5 was probably a strong move. Protecting this bishop is very strong, because it is you can never get e-file, and you also cannot win a pawn, bishop f5, because this king is very unfortunate on g1. Bishop f5 is a terrible blunder due to check. I want to take a bishop, and you don't have a good move, because bishop d4, who cares? I take a bishop again. So a5 was a good move. Bishop c5 was played, king h1. Okay, now it is a kind of tricky, because I do have maybe threat to go away with a bishop. Smyslov played rook cd8, getting into this, let's say, ending. Bishop f5, but now it's not the same. This bishop will prove very strong. Queen g2, queen g2, rook d1, rook d1, bishop g2, king g2, rook takes d f5. Black is a pawn up, but only for a short while. White is having here very strong domination. Getting a pawn back, improving a king. b6 is also a problem. If b6 falls, a pawn is going to run. White was suddenly better and went on to win in a game Schmidt-Smyslov played in 1980. Something which is interesting to consider for a white in now, let's say, starting position. So king h8 is one idea. which is making sense. But then I prefer, honestly, because on king h8, I think that rook a d1 is a strong move. I think that rook a d1 is simply a strong move. So then, if king h8 is to be played, because here I like white, I think that black should play it earlier. A rook c3 is interesting idea. Idea is on move a4 to play move knight b3, rook a d1, queen a8, and now to try to be ready at some moment for thematic sacrifice. Though it doesn't work now immediately because this knight is hanging, but this is an idea to consider. Still, out of all these ideas, my personal choice will go, let's say, like I mentioned, to move king h8 either now or immediately in such a position to play immediately king h8. This will be my personal choice. But you can analyze it and decide for yourself. So queen e2, knight a5, rook fe1, queen d6. And now Kasparov goes for a typical play in this line. He is going to get rid of both of his pawns in order to open diagonals and the route to black king. d5. e5. Correct decision because e5 gives white easy advantage. Let's say rook a b1, stopping this knight. You cannot take on a3 because e5 is hanging. And let's say you cannot protect the pawn because bishop to d2 is an unpleasant move. I want to take knight. I want to play move bishop b4. If you take by queen, okay, it looks like I can also... Actually, here I can play move knight h4, sorry. Here I can play move knight h4 first. And I want to jump. And here after rook a b1, bishop d2 is a threat. If bishop a8, let's say bishop d2, you cannot take on a3 because e5 hangs, knight b7, let's say a4. Knight c5, a5, white is much better because this bishop is a one big pawn. It can only work if black would manage to execute f5, but here it is not going to work for black. So d5, e5, correct decision. e5, this is thematic plan for white. Queen e6, and like I said, Kasparov plays knight d4. He sacrifices both pawns in order to open a route to black king. Did he have a choice? Well, he did. Knight g5 was, let's say, a choice. But then he will trade pair of light pieces which he doesn't want to. He wants to keep his attacking potential. So knight g5, let's say bishop g5, h6, bishop f4. Now we can imagine that if white had a knight on d4, white would be doing great, but he traded this knight with knight g5 move. And here black can play move knight b3, rook to d1, knight c5, and suddenly actually black is better because black is a pawn up. He can try to push this pawn to open a bishop. Queen is very well placed. White does not have a knight, so he cannot jump to d4. Suddenly black is better. So Kasparov takes right decision. Remember that this is typical way to play. So this break, give one pawn, e d5, push the other, and now knight d4. Ideally, if I can keep this pawn as well, but don't be afraid to give it. Queen takes e5 because black has pieces out of play. White is having all the attackers and defenders. Look, white has all the attackers. Knight f5. Difficult decision for black here. Because this bishop obviously needs to move because bishop d4 is deadly threat. And two moves are logical. Bishop d6 to make a threat, or bishop f6 to keep it closer to a king. Both moves are possible, Here I would not play bishop d4 immediately to trade queens, but let's say I would first play queen g4 and then I will execute this. This bishop needs to move, this is for sure. Bishop d6 is perhaps a better move. It is difficult for a human to decide, but okay, bishop d6 was probably better move. So bishop d6, queen h5, logical move. F4 is possible, but in general you should refrain from these moves because it limits the bishop, and also with queen h5 I'm keeping my rook powerfully in play. So let's say f4, queen f6. Now if bishop d4 we see immediate drawback of this move f4, because unfortunately I have king on g1 and bishop c5. Trade comes and now white does not have compensation for 2 pawns, because when you give 2 pawns you take risks. If queen h5 instead, h6. This pawn is not helping white because again I want bishop c5 to trade bishops. So on bishop d6, knight d6 to take a bishop pair you do, but like in a previous lines explaining, you also now don't have your knight. Queen d6, queen g4, rook f8. White is running out of attacking potential and he is 2 pawns down. So queen h5 is probably best move. We can here get to very complicated lines, which I will show. I was trying to come up with some lines which are consisting of human moves, while I was checking with the engine not to make blunders. However, this is work and engines from in your PGN from 12 years ago, so obviously modern stockfish on some instances will have a different opinion. But anyhow, those are excellent lines, training lines for a human, because a computer program Ripka, which was the best program 12 years ago when I was writing 13, when I was writing this book, is still a stronger program than a human brain. So you may search it with a Stockfish 14, rechecking everything, searching for the truth. But as a human training, those lines are given here are more than sufficient. So queen h5, here the best move is g6. Not easy move for a human, and that's why probably Najdorf did not play it. Hitting a queen. Because you cannot play h6 because, okay, you start to lose material, obviously. So g6 is not easy move for a human, opening a king. Interesting enough, there is no checkmate. Knight h6. Now, king g7 is less good after queen h4. King h8 is a better move. Queen h4. White is active. White is here very active, but okay, does he have a win or something like this? Probably not, because black has active defense. So let's say queen h4, knight b3. Knight b3, knight g4, let's say, does not win because black has bishop e7, queen h6, queen h5. On knight b3, bishop g5 is definitely possible and looks like completely winning. There is a bishop f6 threat and there is threat to take queen. But it's not so simple because white is having black is having hidden option in queen h2. Queen h2, bishop h2, king h2, f6. Bishop h4, which is a strong move, playing for attack with limited number of pieces. Let's say rook a d1 is better for black after, let's say, fg5. Rook e7, knight c5. After all, black is some material up. Rook f7, now it's clever to give exchange. Rook f7, rook f7. king to g8, rook e7, rook f8, hitting a pawn, f3, rook f7. Black is having material advantage, piece and 3 pawns for the rook, and is better here, definitely. So bishop h4 is a brave move, with idea on knight a1, not to care and to continue for attack, not to care about this knight. And let's say bishop c6, knight f7. And now if rook f7 takes, this is risky decision for black because he's only temporarily 2 pawns up. He will start losing them. Let's say g5, bishop g3. Knight b3 to get a knight in play. King g8, probably rook f6, bishop d7, rook d6, and then grabbing another pawn, and probably then grabbing a third pawn, and then white is going to be winning, or being much better. If bishop g3, knight b3, like I said, black is here technically 3 pawns up, now only 2, because he's losing them. King g8, now black is only 1 pawn up, and white is here better because white 2 bishops and the weak king. Black is the one fighting for a draw. On knight f7, probably the best move is king g8. And for a white it's difficult to find anything better than a draw. Knight h8, knight h6, king h8. So on a move like knight b3, on a here on g6, knight h6, king h8, queen h4. Most probably what we have is that white has a strong compensation, which after knight b3, instead of playing move bishop g5 and this line switch end as a draw, rook ab1 is probably a good move, hitting the knight. Knight cannot go away, because if knight goes away there is bishop d4. So queen c3 is only move. Okay, I cannot take because rook is sinking, rook e d1. White is now threatening a mate. Rook takes, queen takes, bishop d4, and the checkmate on f6. f6, then if f6, bishop f6. This is what I meant. So rook and then bishop f6 and game is over. So rook b3 is a threat. Bishop e5 loses to queen e7. Attack and attack, because this is also a threat. f6 is needed, which is difficult move to play, and after bishop g6 also probably not good for black, because white is only 1 pawn down and attack is continuing. So actually knight b3 is not a good move because of rook ab1. Better move than any other moves, establishing this bishop d4 threat. So on queen h4, best move for black is queen g7. Hiding away, being ready on bishop d4 to play move f6. Black is here on the defensive, and such a game to play in such a positions to play in a practical game is very difficult, and it is easy to understand that neither of them didn't want to play it. Rook e6. Position looks completely lost for black, but black has his trumps. Let's say rook e6. It is maybe important to say that knight b4 doesn't work because of double attack. So let's say rook e6. Now on rook e6, knight b3 is not convincing. The same double attack does not work very well any longer, because rook d6, knight d4 is now strong move, holding the game or leading to equality, because g5 doesn't work due to queen h3. Not queen h5, because now knight d4 is good, but I need to have move rook d7, because knight d4 now loses to rook d7. If move knight a1, f4, being ready after rook c1 to play move king f2. This is a very complicated position, which leads to probably strong attack for white, worth more than sacrifice material, because technically white is behind, but not so much. White is just exchange behind and is having terrible threats. I would give just maybe some lines, let's say rook d1, hitting the bishops. Rook d1 is certainly a possibility. And on rook d1, let's say one idea is to play move knight f7. King has to go to g8, because problem is that you cannot successfully take, because this is a problem. You cannot take a rook because queen h7 checkmate. King g8, let's say knight g5. Rook d2. King e1, those are very strange lines. Rook d3. Queen d3. And now trying to unpin queen c7, there is bishop f6. White is continuing with his attack, but the game is, of course, white should here win, because black cannot take any of those pieces, and we suddenly have material equality. On rook d1 also, knight f5 is a strong move, is a strong move which continues this attack. I would just give some sort of basic ideas. If queen g6, rook f6. Rook f6, knight e7. Everything is falling with the checks. Queen f7, bishop f6, because you run into checkmate. And if you don't do this, let's say you take queen e7, we have a nice mate. So knight f5, maybe bishop c8, pinning a knight, but we have now rook f6. Rook f6. I want to show this line because, okay, white here to play and win. But how do you win? You win by queen h5, which is creating a terrible threat. If bishop d7, now I can win a queen, because I'm no longer pinned. Rook f4, queen e3. And if bishop takes f5, then I have this checkmate. Queen g8, queen e8, queen g8, bishop f6. So knight f5, and probably move like rook d2 is also losing king e1. Queen to c7, threatening mate in 1. Sadly for a black, he runs out of checks. King takes d2, knight b3, king e2. Rook e8 doesn't work because king f2, knight d4, knight d4. Rook is taboo because there is a mating threat. White is a piece up. If knight d4 check, knight d4, again white wins because rook is taboo because of a mating threat. However, on move like rook e6, rook e6 has one problem. Problem of move rook e6 is that black has a strong answer in actually, in a way, maybe logical move, because black wants to hit this bishop. This bishop is the soul of attack, is soul of this attack, and probably the best move is bishop c5. This is likely to be the best move. And now let's say bishop b2 you cannot play because, okay, you are cut off. Bishop f6 looks logical, but problem is rook f6, bishop e7. And suddenly black actually wins, because this rook you cannot touch, not only because queen is hanging, but because also this rook is hanging. So those lines are extremely complicated lines. It is not obvious what is going on after a move like bishop d6. It looks like after queen h5, g6, the black is going to fight off the attack. And in a number of those lines after this, knight h6, king h8, queen h4, queen g7 should be played as the main move. So position is extremely complicated, very difficult to come up here with easy moves. Queen g7, and okay, point is after bishop d4, f6, that after rook e6, this move, bishop c5, somehow knight b3, as we said, is not convincing, because I destroy this important bishop, which is, even here we have a line after I destroy this bishop, like g5 was losing due to queen h3. But for example, destroying bishop immediately with knight d4 seems to be making a draw, because after queen d4, queen h6, you don't have the time to grab this pawn so easily, because queen can come back to g7. And also there are always moves like a rook to c1, but queen can come back to g7. So here rook d7 is the best move, because this is not working. Rook c1 is not so clear. I take on c1, you take back, and I play move bishop f1. But this looks good enough. Trading queens and being a pawn up. Rook d7 is the best move. Rook c1, bishop f1, important move, because you cannot take. Because takes, and bishop a6. So rook c1, bishop f1, rook a1, queen a1, bishop c8, rook a7. White has active rook, and black does have some pawn structure damages. Position is probably about equal. So, but after this move, rook e6, so knight b3 is a possibility, but bishop c5 seems to be very strong. So for viewers interested in a truth about this game of Kasparov, how strong would initiative be? Okay, I would advise to analyze this. This is crucial position. To analyze it with a strong computer and try to establish whether bishop d6 is really fighting the white attack off the way which I did mention in my PGN. It is certainly a dangerous move for white, because Kasparov was commentating on this game in Chess Informant, which was the biggest publication at that time, and also in some other publications. And Kasparov gave bishop f6, the move Najdorf played, as the best defense with exclamation mark. And the move bishop d6, interesting enough, Kasparov never mentioned in any of these publications. Which means probably it's a good move. Or it is certainly a move worth considering. So bishop d6, like I said, is less logical, because after a move like queen h5, move like g6 is not easy move. But it seems to be possibly fighting the attack off. So viewers willing to know the truth, I would direct to analyze this with the modern engines. I have just tried to give you some sort of variations. in this jungle of very complicated lines. So let's see bishop f6. Bishop f6, getting bishop closer to a king and hitting on this rook. We will still have jungles variations. Queen g4. Now question is which rook to put to e8, because this bishop is ready to move, right? So this rook, we need a pin. Najdorf played rook c8, which is maybe logical because he wants this rook to be protecting this pawn if I give a check. Was rook fe8 possible? It was possible. Best move for white is probably bishop d2. White needs here energetic moves, because rook ad1 and g6 can be played, knight h6, king g7, let's say rook e2. It is not like white has a guaranteed draw. He doesn't, because black can play on for a win. And if rook e2, queen c7. Not easy to prove compensation. So bishop d2 is logical move, hitting queen. And also, very importantly, putting bishop into play. Because sometimes you would give a check, and you would like, if king f8, to have another check. Best move for black here is queen a1, which can lead to some interesting variations. Queen d6 is, queen b2 looks interesting, but knight d6 is a strong move, because point is that after rook e1, queen d2, king is a problem because white mates, queen c8, bishop c8, and rook c8, rook e8 mates. So knight d6, queen d2, threatening the same, collecting a piece, threatening the same stuff, and not blundering mate. But now knight e8 is strong. And now after bishop a1, can you spot a mate? Because it looks like that black is winning. Black is a piece up, and he's about to collect some more material because he's threatening to take rook with a check and a checkmate almost. Knight f6 mates, because if bishop f6, queen c8, bishop c8, and mate. If king runs, there is no run because there is still a mating net, queen c8, bishop c8, rook e8, checkmate. Nothing changes. So only move on bishop d2 is queen a1. Queen a1, rook a1. So when I play bishop d2, you have to take queen a1, rook a1. Bishop a1. This is a complicated position. A very complicated position. I would give a few lines trying to somehow explain the complexity. Again, very hard for a human to say what is going on. Because straightforward knight g7, bishop g7, bishop h6 is not working because of rook c1 check. You cannot play bishop f1 because it blunders into checkmate, rook f1, king f1, bishop a6, and mate. And if you, on rook c1, if you take bishop c1, comes rook check, rook e1, bishop f1, bishop a6, and black wins. Black takes everything because you need to prevent mate, losing one bishop and then losing the other, and game is finished. So on bishop a1, in his comments to the game, but also in his comments when Kasparov was analyzing this for at that time, he could only write more or less what he thought during the game and what he was analyzing afterwards, but he didn't have a computers. He said that white is clearly better after h4 with a strong attack. This is perhaps a little bit optimistic, because black has a strong defense in a move like rook e6. h5, which is logical move, willing to eliminate some moves like rook g6 later on, not now because there is check on e7. Knight h6 probably doesn't work after king f8, bishop b4 because of move like rook c5. Black has many things for a queen. It's not easy enough to find a follow-up for white. Again, another very complicated position. h5. Probably best move is knight b3. Bringing finally this knight in play and hitting on a bishop. Because if knight c4, knight g7 is strong. Bishop g7, and now we see why is knight c4 wrong, because bishop c3. That's why knight b3 is a good move, because now knight g7, bishop g7 doesn't work, h6, rook g6. That's why rook e6 was a strong move. Bishop g6, hg6, hg7, knight d2, queen h4, with idea on king takes to win a knight, but okay, rook c1 check, king h2, knight f1, king h3, king g7, and again, for a queen, black has too many pieces. So on move like knight b3, probably best move is queen d1, which is again not easy move, because you have attacking queen on g4, you are going back to have a double attack. Now knight d2 is not good because of queen a1 threatening mate, f6, queen c1, queen d1, and let's say knight c4, and now comes very nasty move, queen a4 threatening queen d7, also threatening to take pawn. Here white is better because attack is continuing. But problem is that knight b3, queen d1, let's say bishop to c3, now bishop c3, rook c3, bishop c2, white has a strong knight, and white attack is continuing here, though black has rook and two pawns for a queen. So what Kasparov said in a game is h4, rook e6, h5, knight b3. It is very interesting because maybe he's right. It is not maybe as fantastic. Maybe he was a bit optimistic not to give any more moves. But white has very strong attack here, worth for sure material, probably worth more. But good moves need to be found here, which, for example, queen d1 is not easy move. Returning this queen from very attacking post, this is not easy move, but probably Kasparov was right that this position is indeed better for white. So he was probably right with his judgment that after h4 that white is better. Though some more lines are nice to confirm it. On bishop a1, knight d6 is probably a good move. Maybe better move than h4. Obviously Kasparov proposed move h4 because he did not like move rook c1. Bishop c1, rook e1, bishop f1, bishop a6. Obviously Kasparov did not like this, because this looks like that white is lost. Black wants to take, checkmate, take, what to play. If you move a pawn, I have a check and I take and I have bishop e5. g3 is apparently quite strong, because point after g3 is that rook f1, king g2, rook c1, strange enough does not work, because white has here very strong move queen g5, hitting on a rook, hitting on a mate. And bishop f1 is just one check, and black will lose this rook because he has to prevent mate, and game is over. g3, h6, postponing decision, but now bishop d2. It is important to force black to finally start taking. Rook f1, king g2. Knight c4 again looks very strong, but white keeps initiative. Queen e2, rook b1, queen e8, king h7, and now comes move difficult to find. Queen a4, hitting a bishop. You cannot take on d6 because queen c2, winning a rook. So queen a4, interesting enough, you cannot play move rook b2 because rook is trapped in a very funny way. Bishop c1, rook a2, queen b3. And this rook is suddenly trapped. You cannot move it because of a check. Queen a4, knight d2 is the best move. Queen a6, here white is obviously better, because black has technically enough for a queen, but not really, because king is weak and black will start losing pawns. White has tactical threats. White is definitely better here. So this is kind of clear. What is the best defense for a black? Best defense is after bishop d2, queen a1, rook a1, bishop a1. Here probably this fight is really better by playing move either Kasparov move h4, or for going to this a bit crazy inhuman variation knight d6, which is very difficult because okay, rook c1, bishop c1, rook check, bishop f1, bishop a6, move g3, and to judge that white is better here is basically very hard. Move queen c3 for black instead of queen a1. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. White can make a draw. Okay, white can make very easy draw. Knight h6, king h8, rook ac1. Not, let's say, bishop f5 because of knight b3, but rook ac1. Queen d3, which is forced, removing attacking piece, but now it's a draw because knight f7. You cannot take because I take on c8 with checkmate. King g8, knight h5, knight h6, and king h8, knight f7, and a draw. Can you get more than a draw? Not easy to say, because Kasparov in his comments suggests move knight e7. Point being that king h8 now loses to move bishop h7, and okay, checkmate will happen. But knight e7, bishop d4 wins the queen, queen d4, queen d4, bishop f6, queen g4, bishop a1, rook a1. And this is Kasparov's recommendation for white, and he said that white is here clearly better. Perhaps it might be. I think it's not easy judge, because again, black has technically enough for a queen, but I guess that white is pinning his hopes on attack on a black king. So it is quite possible that Kasparov is basically right, that this is the way for white to play and white to have advantage. Now let us get back to the game after looking at these extremely complicated lines. In the game, Najdorf played move rook c to e8. Bishop d2. And here black played a losing mistake, which is queen takes a1. You will see relatively simple thing which black blundered. Could black do something better? Probably, but position is difficult. Queen c7 is not saving because of knight h6. King goes to h8, queen f5, threatening a mate. Black has only one move, which is rook e4. Now rook a c1. Knight c4 is losing to rook e4 because it just grabs material. You cannot take knight because bishop is hanging. So rook a c1, queen b8. And now bishop takes e4, d e4, and a move killer. That's why I said this bishop d2 is a good move, is bishop e4. White is having a rook, black is having bishop and two pawns, but black is going to start losing important material. On bishop d2, best move was queen b2. And this was the best move. White should start grabbing a pawn. Knight h6, king h8, knight f7, king g8. Now question is, does white have something more? In my PGN, I have given as a best move bishop a5. With some of the very spectacular lines, which some of them I'm going to basically show. Queen h5 you cannot do because of rook e4. So I came with the bishop takes a5 as a best attempt. Modern Stockfish is giving actually bishop b4 as best. If you would let this run long enough, he would give you bishop b4 as a best move, and he will give a lines where white is having winning advantage. So this is something which is good to know. Look, those positions are very complicated. And even though I did my best 12, 13 years ago to analyze it with what at that time was best in the market, time is changing, and modern engine will tell you that bishop b4, actually that white is having a winning attack, which all kind of indicates all those lines that black has made quite that move which is crucial to evaluate to give objective evaluation of Kasparov's sacrifices, move bishop d6. So let us go back to game, bishop f6, because here it looks like that black could have probably defended better, but that white is simply better. So rook c8 was played. Like I said, queen c3 is a move, but Kasparov is probably right that after knight e7, bishop e7, bishop d4, that white should have advantage in this kind of position. He is probably right here. But queen c3 is probably here best under circumstances. Most probably queen c3 move is the best move under circumstances. Because rook f8 was leading to some hair-raising positions. after bishop d2, but better for white. Rook c8, what neither played, bishop d2, again is better for white because on queen b2, white grabs a pawn, knight h6, king h8, knight f7, king back, and now, like I said, bishop b4, modern engine will give you as a that white gets a winning attack, because point is that you cannot take this knight. You can take on e1, takes on e1, you still cannot take a knight. Technically, white is only a pawn down, and white is having tremendous attack, a winning attack here. Bishop a5, what I gave as a best move, is leading to some, can lead to some spectacular lines, and I would like to give some. You can, somebody going through PGN can go through all those lines, because some of those lines are relevant, some of them are not. So, or less relevant. So bishop a5, you have active defense like bishop d4, which looks good. But it doesn't work because actually white has here king h1. Prophylactic move, running away from a check. And now let's say b takes a5, queen h5. Rook e4 is not saving. Though needs to be played because h6 runs into mate. Knight h6, gh6, queen check, g6, bishop g7, queen h7, king f7, king chase, bishop g6, king f6, and now mate in 1 is always respectable threat, which here ends the game. Move g6 also doesn't help because of bishop g6, a g6, queen g6, bishop g7, knight g5. And again, mate in 1 is respectable threat. And you cannot take on f2 with the rook because rook e8. Rook e4, cutting cooperation of queen and the bishop is the best, but it doesn't seem to be saving game for black after bishop e4, d4, rook ab1, queen f2, rook f1. Now strong move is e3, rook f2, ef2. Again, such a position looks complicated, even though one side is having this massive advantage, but white just needs to be here a little bit calm and play move knight h6, and he wins the game. Otherwise, if black could collect, of course, this knight, black would have two bishops and pawn on f2 versus queen, but knight h6 is just ending the game because king h8 loses to knight f5, bishop e4, and now there is a back rank problem, which is a huge one, rook c1, and bishop f5, queen f5, and game is over. And if of knight h6, g takes h6, now problem is that this bishop falls with a either falls with a check or becomes passive. So queen g4, bishop g7, rook f1. And white should win this game because white will collect this pawn. You cannot attack my rook because of check, so white basically wins. On bishop a5, best defense is probably b takes a5. So bishop a5, b a5, knight d6, queen h5 is probably just a draw. Rook e1, g6, bishop g6, a g6, queen g6, bishop g7. Now I cannot move this knight because of queen g2 check, so knight h6, king h8, knight f7 is a draw, obviously. Only winning attempt is knight f5. but cannot win because bishop cool move, bishop f6, and there is no more than a draw. Queen h6, king g8, queen g6, king h8. A move like on ba5, which puts black to most of the test, is knight d6. Knight d6 looks like a winning move because king is open, but strange enough, he does not win because black is having tremendous resource in a move bishop c8. This is tremendous resource. For example, rook e1 is a mistake, rook e1, and now it's a double threat. Either queen e6 to win, or rook b1 to win a piece. But bishop c8 is tremendous resource. Now, for example, on bishop c8, queen h5 looks like very logical move. I'm hitting a mate, and I'm hitting a rook. What can be problem? Black to play and win. Can you spot a mating net? Mating net is queen f2, king f2, bishop d4, king g3, bishop f2. Beautiful mate. So on bishop c8, white needs to be clever and to play move queen f3. And we still have a tactical mess, but likely resulting in equality. Rook e1, g6, queen d5, king h8, probably knight c8, rooks, bishop, now important move, bishop d4. Active play. Rook f1, rook f2, king h1, rook f1, and the draw. Queen f2, queen g8, king g7, queen d7, and king cannot run away. Queen h6, queen h3, king g7, queen d7. So those are some spectacular lines, but like I said, Kasparov attack is winning after move bishop b4, which modern engines are going to basically tell you. So, what did Naidorf blunder with queen a1? Naidorf blundered with queen a1 the fact that he's after rook a1, bishop a1, he completely blundered that his bishop can go away because there is no mating threat due to bishop f1. And now prosaic knight g7 simply wins. Bishop g7 is only move, and bishop h6. And now Naidorf realized if rook e1 check, there is move bishop f1, and game is over. I have tried in this recordings to show you the most of the lines. There are some more lines in a PGN. I think this is interesting. This position is excellent position, this Kasparov's decision. This is, for example, excellent position to have calculation training, to actually let your engine come to the truth, and then test, let's say, person that you are coaching, or somebody to test you, and to go first with engines, to find all these kind of lines, which are kind of unbelievably complicated. Obviously, it's not so strange that Kasparov at very young, at the start of his career, he was young at the time. Let me think, the game was played in 82, Kasparov is born in 63, so he was 19 years old. Outcalculated Naidorf, who at that time was, I don't know, maybe 65 or something like this, maybe more than 65, maybe 70. But the game is very interesting, and here this move, bishop d6, is probably something that is interesting to come up with the truth. So I recommend analysis of this game deeper, but this Kasparov typical decision to sacrifice 2 pawns, d5, ed5, e5, queen e7, knight e4, to get rid of those pawns in order to open up diagonals and the files is typical for pawn majority in the center positions. In some of the recent Carlsen games, we basically see the same. This book on Magnus Carlsen, which I recently have written, includes some of those games. I hope this game to be instructive. Anyway, it is a mess of variations, and with the other 2 games in this recording part, I will try to show some other main plans, but this dynamic plan of Kasparov will kind of repeat itself through majority of those games. Final game of this part of the recording, which has to do with the pawn majority in the center, I will finish with a game between Spassky and Petrosyan in their World Championship match in the 1969 5th game. And this time our position is going to come from semi-Tarrasch, c4, knight f6, knight c3, e6, knight f3, d5, d4, c5. This is so-called semi-Tarrasch. cd5, knight d5, e4, knight c3, bc3, cd4, cd4, and we have already this position of pawn majority in the center. Compared to our previous games from Queen's Indian, so this game Kasparov and the Najdorf and my game versus Polgar, well, here difference is that black is trading bishops, so we have a same pawn structure, but with a one pair of light pieces less. You may wonder what happens if black, let's say, does not want to play move bishop b4. Bishop b4 established itself as the best way to play it for black, and for a reason, because knight c6 was tried before. The problem knight c6, bishop c4. Okay, white will often try to push this pawn d5 at a good moment. And one of the reasons why black is, let's say, trying such a kind of play is because he wants here to play move b5. He wants to play move b5, black wants to play move b5, hitting this bishop, using the momentum that his king is still on e1, so pawn cannot be taken because of queen a5 check. Bishop e2 is here the best move. Bishop d3 may look active, but does not promise actually anything, because it was played in a World Championship match between Spassky and Fischer in 1972. Bishop b4, bishop d2, queen d2, a6. Now we already see a little bit of that maybe bishop on e2 would be better piece, because d5 would be then possible. And now a4, castles. With bishop on e2 again, this move would not be possible, because now with bishop on d3, it is not active bishop. After a b5, there is move knight d4. Spassky plays move queen c3, bishop e7. Now he takes a b5. a5, but black is having lead in development. And this is white's problem here. So now, for example, bishop b5 is not a great idea because of rook a1, and queen b6. And this king is in the center. The rook is going to come in play. Bishop will need to move. There is going to be some check. Only black can be better here. If rook a8, queen a8, bishop b5. Again, black is better after knight a7, because black regains the pawn and has better pawn structure. Suddenly white has isolated pawn in center. So if I move, Okay, white has isolated pawn in center, black has advantage. So on a b5, castles was played, queen b6, rook a b1, and this position is approximately about equal. A move b4 was played, and queen d2, chosen by Spassky, did lead to more or less a forced draw. Knight d4, knight d4, queen d4, rook b4, queen b7, and the draw was agreed in the 9th match game, Spassky-Fischer. On b4, tactical move like d5 also does not bring anything more than a peaceful outcome after ed5, bc3. Black probably should not get overly ambitious with the moves like queen a5 because it's a blunder due to bishop h7, king h7, queen c2, with after moving king, dc6 to follow, and white is a pawn up, and also a very sound pawn up. This pawn can be easily protected. So, but after ed5, bc3, let's say rook takes on b6, knight a5, position is about equal. Probably d6, bishop f3, gf3, rook a c8, rook c1, knight c4, and we get equal position, and a draw is most likely outcome. So even this ambitious move does not help white, but b5 does not equalize because after bishop e2 actually black has advantage. Because, white has advantage because bishop b4, bishop d2, if bishop d2, queen d2, simply we cannot follow on Fischer's footsteps with a6 because white is better after d5. So now black needs to change the strategy and play a move like queen a5. But again, d5 is working, ed5, ed5. So in these positions of pawn majority in center, we have seen in a game of Kasparov and my game versus Polgar the dynamics when it comes to sacrificing a pawn in order to, or more, in order to open diagonals and to open possibilities for attack on a king's side. But another strategy which we see in this game of Spassky and also some of the games showing here is simply to create a strong pass pawn. Because here white has very strong pass pawn. Let's say knight e7 castle, bishop d2, knight d2. It is maybe good to mention that you cannot take pawn because this is terrible mistake. Bishop takes, and if knight takes, you cannot castle. And knight is also almost lost. Simply you cannot castle, rook b1 is a threat, and then check. Many things are here a problem. So this will be terrible blunder. Bishop d2, knight d2, castles, knight b3, queen back to d8. Okay, this kind of position I think is good to know because if somehow this pawn would be back to b7, position would be sort of okay. A bishop take b5 is not bringing much to white because of bishop b7. d6, let's say knight f5 or knight g6, also having some kind of ideas. Definitely having some kind of ideas. But knight f5, if d7, queen g5, if knight c5, knight d6, knight b7, knight b7. If white is here better, it is microscopic. But black's problem is that after queen d8, white can play move bishop f3. For example, knight f5. You would love to block this pawn with your knight, obviously. You would like to do this, and this is okay, making sense, because problem is that a bishop b7 is running into tactical refutation. d6, and such a move is not possible because it's losing a piece. Black will end piece down here. So bishop f3, knight f5, rook c1, knight d6. If this pawn would be back on b7, black will be having very nice position here. Black would be having this nice blockading knight, and probably actually I would even prefer to play this position with the black. But sadly for black, there is a c6 square now, because this pawn is on b5 and this knight is going to torture black. And this is what happened in this game. Queen d4, queen b6, queen f4. And bishop d7, knight d4. Rook fe8, knight c6. Knight c4, rook fe1. This knight is really torturing black. You don't want to take it, because then I take with the pawn. And I mean, if you take and I take, you no longer have a blockading knight. I have this pawn which is almost queening. And if you leave my knight alive, well, this knight is fantastically placed. So this was white had clear advantage in a game Yusupov Ribli candidates 1985. So be careful when you push this pawn, because pawns cannot go back, and in such a kind of position it shows it very well. So this Fischer plan actually is not really equalizing. Bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop d2, queen d2, castles. Bishop c4 is probably the best development for bishop here. Bishop d3 was played in few games by Ivan Carlsen recently, but it doesn't break the white advantage, and now Carlsen also moved to bishop c4 lines. Now question is how black is going to develop. And the modern development is move knight d7. Knight d7 is a modern development, and this is how black are usually playing this kind of position nowadays. A move like knight c6 has a drawback. Then when white hits with d5, this knight is somehow on a tempi. You may wonder why not move like b6, because b6 looks like a very intelligent move. If I castle, you would develop a bishop, hitting on a pawn and later decide what to do with the knight. Problem of b6 is that after d5, it is actually not easy. Because if bishop a6, otherwise is difficult for black, then simply bishop a6, knight a6, and now white has very strong pass pawn. d6, knight c5, e5. This is like in a game Korschrein-Macking, Hastings 1971. In the case of knight d7, which is modern, in modern games, black players are putting this knight to d7, happens castles, b6, rook fe1, let's say bishop is b7. We have this kind of lines which you will find that there is a game between Rajabov and Van Veli. It is analyzed in a PGN, and we have a number of kind of, let's say, games here. It is not obvious what is the best way for white to develop his pieces. It is far from obvious, and what is the best square to be placing this bishop later on, to b3 or to d3. This is something which is not easy. So you will also see something in a game between Rajabov and Van Veli. But here, okay, I would like to show a few other kind of ideas, because for example, interesting idea for white in such a position is to place a rook to e3. It is not played much, but it is an interesting idea. Because on rook c8, bishop d3, white wants to play for attack. One of the ways to conduct this attack would be similar to what Rajabov did to push move like e5 at the right moment. Because when you push e5, you do give a square, but on the other hand, you cut pieces to this king. So let's say queen c7, rook a1. Here maybe rook fd8 is a better move, because then on e5 you get the possibilities to try to defend h7 pawn. Knight f6, e5. Knight d5. This is, for example, another way for white to play this type of position. Giving a square, but taking a space, because now actually this king, as we see, has very limited number of defenders. And this is a bit of a problem for a black in this position. Knight g5. h6. In this position, black probably needed a strong nerves and to play move knight e3. And allow bishop h7, king h8, queen e3. Position looks lost. I mean, moves like queen c3 are not saving you, because bishop d3 and checkmate. But after g6, it looks like that white is not mating black. For example, bishop g6, fg6, knight e6. White has 3 pawns for a piece, but okay, black bishop is strong. This is not clear position. This position is evaluated by modern Stockfish also around 0. He would give you some other lines. This is what black needed to play in this game, to take material and somehow to have a strong nerves to go for such a kind of position. In the game happened h6, rook h3. Now white really has a dream situation, because black has this knight. Okay, strong knight, but cannot get anywhere really. Bishop standing well, but not doing much of a damage. Okay, white is attacking with all the pieces. You cannot, by the way, try to be clever, because it blunders the queen. Black played here move queen e7. Okay, knight h7. Problem is you cannot move a rook, because rook h6 is going to deliver checkmate. H6, queen g6, hc6, queen h6, and mate will come. So now white wins exchange. Rook c7, knight f8. White won exchange. This was game Lobler Hansen, white can say knight e3. White won exchange, and later on white won the game. So this beautiful knight on d5 did not do actually very much. Bishop b7, rook d1 is the other type of plan. So rook e3 is, this is interesting plan, which I'm saying, okay, should be investigated more. Because in these lines, if you let modern computers run, you will discover some possibilities. Another way is to play move rook d1. Rook c8. Now black has to decide as to where black wants to go with this bishop. And I have to say that both moves are possible. And both moves are played a lot. Bishop d3 is which was played by Rajabov, as I mentioned in the game versus Van Veli. Idea is would be similar like to this game Lobler Hansen. At some moment Rajabov would like to push move e5 to cut defenders coming to this king and to focus on attacking on a king side. h6, bishop e1. Rook e8. Black wants to be ready to place knight to f8. Rook e3. Queen c7. Here Rajabov played move e5. So similar kind of strategy. Knight f8. At first glance, okay, black has this square. But black king is maybe of a problem. Here Rajabov plays a good move, gets a good plan. Knight e1. He would like to following. Knight d3, knight f4, knight h5, rook g3, and a very serious attack, most likely a checkmate. Queen e7, rook g3. Queen h4. Well, if not Queen e7, rook g3 will come. Queen h4. h3. Well, threat is to hit the queen. Here black wants to resolve problems by pushing f5, ef6, queen f6. Sometimes this is working, but here not. Here not really. Sometimes it is working because this pawn is also a weakness. And this is a weakness, but here problem is that king safety is a problem. King safety is a problem. White's king is safe. Black king safety is a problem. This is going to cost black a game. Knight d3. Rook e d8. Willing to take a pawn. You cannot take it immediately because of queen h6. Knight f4. Knight wants to travel to h5. Rook c5. This defense will not work, but it is difficult to find actually here something smart, because if rook c7, let's say rook g4, and knight h5 will come. Let's say e5, knight h5. If not e5, you don't have counterplay. Knight h5 is a terrible threat because I want knight h5. Queen must go away, and then queen h6 will come and game is over. And counterplay with e5 is not helping because of knight h5. Queen e6, now h6 pawn is protected, but just for the time being, because bishop c2. Rook d4 is a blunder. To rook d4, e d4, bishop b3, bishop d5, knight f4. While move like king h8 is not much of a help after bishop b3. Queen c6 and d5. White is here having very large advantage because has an attack and a strong pawn. In the game happened rook c5, preventing knight to come to h5, but here white has a clever way to cut off this rook on c5, protecting h5 square. This is nice move d5. And here white can take on d5, but obviously this is going to lose exchange without any compensation. Simply black is here on the long run going to lose. Has no chance to defend this kind of position. Van Veli tried move g5, but this only also postpones execution because h4. Now king is becoming terribly weak. Rook c4, knight h5, queen e5, protecting g5. There are not so many moves here basically, because if queen moves, well, this move is winning, but also this move is winning. Rook g5. There are a couple of basically wins because rook is hanging. Many things are here wrong. Queen e5, h e5, and rook d5, knight f6, and black resigned. So what I like about this game, what is needed to remember, is this strategy. So rook lift to e3, e5 pawn push, and then this knight transfer. Try to remember this kind of plan because it is useful. Another plan after rook c8 is to place bishop to b3. With the bishop on b3, the main aim is pawn push. Okay, this is the main aim. Knight f6. Modern theory prefers queen f6. Let's say h3, rook fd8, or queen f6 in general. Knight f6, queen f4, queen c7, queen h4, rook fd8, all the normal moves, and rook e3. White is getting ready for attack. Here black decides, probably takes the right decision. Black is playing on a side where black is stronger, b5. As you see, those positions are very sharp. White is here going to be trying with a pawn break, since bishop is developed to b3. Okay, rook d1, a5. Here white plays interesting move. White likes to keep his bishop on, obviously, on the long diagonal. He plays move a4. Allowing a move like b4, allowing connected pass pawn, believing that ending will never going to come in this game. ba4 was also possible, to basically win a little bit of time, because then you have to take this pawn with the bishop. Okay, b4. And here white went for a typical sacrifice. So actually more or less the same what I did versus Polgar. Sacrifice a pawn. E takes d5. e5. Okay, this is this typical kind of a push. Hitting a knight. And I want knight d4. Versus me, Polgar had a pawn on f5. But principle is the same, and then attack. Knight d7. Best decision was probably move knight e4, which is a very difficult decision for a human, for a couple of reasons. Number one, on e6 you need to realize that not f e6 you should play, because rook e4, f e4, knight g5, and something very bad will happen to black. But rook f8, ef7, and now not rook f7, because rook f7 is going to run into rook e4, f e4, knight g5. So not that move, but you need to play move king h8, and black has good position. Another, so this is not easy to see. Another thing is that on knight e4, rook e4, d4, knight g5 looks like an immediate win for white. White is hitting on two squares. But this is strange enough not winning. Not because of some counterplay with queen c3, because after bishop f7, king f8, rook f1, white should win this. But because of move like h6. Now knight f7 is losing to bishop d5. Bishop f7, king h8. And somehow this tremendous white's attack is not actually bringing desired result, because like bishop e6, rook f8, bishop c8, bishop c8, sorry, rook c8, e6, let's say b3. Okay, this pawn is also almost a queen. So it was a tough decision, but black should have gone for it, and rook e4 is simply not working, because this is not as promising as it looks after calm move like h6. Maybe e6 entering this rook f8, take on f7, king h8 is a better option. Perhaps white has a compensation, but for sure not more. Knight d7 was played in the game, which is more human move. Knight g5, okay, knight d4 would be a typical follow-up, like what I did versus a Polgar. And also knight is now strong piece. Bishop is hitting its own pawn, right? Rook can move. I have attacking knight. This position is very promising for white, very promising for white. But white probably thought to be winning by force, and he played move line g5. This is game. This is a very famous classical game, Keres Fine, played in Ostend, 1938. White thought he was winning by force, and he won because Black played move knight f8, which allowed White to finish the game the way he planned to. Knight h7, rook h3, and White soon won. What was the best defense for Black was move h6. Again, after e6, position looks to be completely winning for White. I want to take on f7. If you take, knight takes, winning exchange, and this is the reason why Fine did not play it. But after h takes g5, it turns out White does not have more than a draw. ef7, king f7, rook e7. It still looks almost like mating, but king g6. And now White has to agree to perpetual check because rook e6 check is a blunder because of knight f6. And Black wins, but rook g7 needs to be played, king g7, queen g5, king h8, queen h6, and perpetual check. So this is interesting game and a typical plan. So e5, d5 push pawn, and then knight d4. Okay, here Black had this tactical defense with knight e4. So let us go back to our move knight c6. Like I said, in a modern theory, Black players are putting knight to d7. And then White has to decide like whether to follow on this Keres idea with bishop e3 or to follow on this Rajabov type idea with the bishop d3. And you have these rook e3 ideas. Basically, White will need to decide whether he wanted to follow with d5, followed by e5, or more to follow by e5, this plan of Rajabov. So knight c6, castle, b6, rook a d1. White wants to be ready to push pawn. You might wonder, for example, okay, rook fd1 is also possible. Rook ad1 somehow looks to me more logical because you would like to have this pawn push. But rook fd1 was played in a World Championship match game between Alekhine and Eve. Bishop e7, queen f4, rook c8. Nowadays, queen f6 people like to play because descending is kind of fine for Black. Queen f6, gf6. Not enough pieces to take advantage of a damaged king side. Rook c8, queen f4, rook c8. And now d5, principal move of Alekhine. ed5, bishop d5, queen e7. Knight g5, a very direct play. Knight e5, which is a nice defense because its position looks really dangerous. But Black is having way to defend. Knight e5, bishop e7, and now Black has very important defensive move. Knight g6, queen f5, queen takes b7, rook d7. Position looks actually more or less winning for White, or very dangerous. But Black is able to hold the position. Eve was holding it by playing move queen a6 because he is having tactical defense. If rook f7, there is queen a2. If, for example, this rook was on f1 instead of on a1, those tricks would never be possible. And here, even if you take, it doesn't matter. Still, everything is protected. There is weak back rank. In the game, Alekhine played move h4, rook c5, and there was a dynamic balance. So rook ad1 is probably more, let's say, to the point, given the fact that White would love to push d5. A bishop e7, rook fe1. White would like to push d5 and to get ready for it. Okay, rook f1. Petrosian played move rook c8. Was move d5 possible immediately? It was. Let's say knight a5. Now, let's say standard idea is bishop d3, take on d5 and e5 with those kind of play. Perhaps it makes sense for a black here to get rid of his pawn in order to open up his bishop. Another option for white is to take on e6 here. Queen d2 is now wrong because white is simply pawn up. Take on f7, king h8 and knight d2. But knight c4, on d6, knight c4. Check. King f7 is a mistake because of check, and now if king goes back I take queen. If queen f6, white wins a piece back and is a pawn up. So check, king h8, queen d8, rook d8, rook d8, rook d8, e5. White pass pawns are very strong, and it looks like that white is basically winning. Because if bishop f3, e6, and white promotes. If bishop d5, rook d1, and pin is deadly. If bishop c8, simple chess. Rook e1, you cannot play bishop e6 because of jump. And if you play on rook e1, g6, knight g5. And now knight e5, hoping to take advantage of a back rank, is losing to f4. Because you cannot take a pawn, and otherwise rook e8 will come if knight moves. But surprisingly enough, in this position, black is not losing. Because move rook c8 is holding a position. And now after, let's say, e6, rook d1 is a draw. Bishop f3, e5. How to save, because I want to queen. Knight e5. gf3, knight f7. ef7 and drawn rook ending. Or on rook c8, let's say e6, bishop d5, knight g5, knight d6, rook d1. Now black should not try to be clever with moves like bishop a2, because here is not important who has more pawns. It is more important pawns that run, because here h4, eliminating back rank tactics and getting ready to start collecting will win the game. But bishop e6 holds the game. Knight e6, knight f7. Everything is removed. h3. White is still better, because rook d7 is going to come. So white is here still better, but black probably can hold. So that means that after d5, knight a5, this tactics is working. So on d5, black should probably play e5. Bishop d5, queen e7, because here such a move is not that great, because after knight a5 is not clear what's the follow-up. I want to take bishop, and if I move a bishop I can even take. And if you take on h7 it is a drawn ending, or black is not worse for sure. And if d5, e5, bishop d5, queen e7, it is not clear if white has something special, because rook d8, knight a5, this bishop will be traded. So white is preparing this by playing move rook fe1. Rook c8, played by Petrosian in this match. Knight e7 can be played, but Petrosian here on the white side in the game played like 8 years after this game, has defeated Korchnoi in exemplary fashion. He played here move d5. And after ed5, ed5, we have this pass pawn. And it will be very similar to Yusupov Ribli that after knight f5, knight e5, knight to d6, if c6 square was not weak, black would be in a very good shape. But here it is not. Petrosian plays a great game. Knight c6. Knight c4 is not possible because then d pawn will decide after knight takes to d8, knight d2, knight b7. Knight obviously cannot move because pawn runs and will cost at least exchange. If rook a b8, rook e7, knight e4, d6. And okay, white has winning ending with this power of a pawn. So pawn is a power. In this pawn majority in the center positions, okay, d pawn can be a power. Korchnoi took, bishop c6, dc6, knight c4. Here white has a small tactics, getting a piece back, queen f4, and a better position. So Petrosian needed to see these things. Knight d6, g3, rook d6, queen c7, g3. h6. Okay, white is better, but how should white win this position? Because to promote this c6 pawn will not be easy. Black will be getting ready with some play, ultimately hoping to force white to liquidate into equality. Petrosian here wins a great game because he will paralyze Korchnoi and then he will win the game on the king side. This is really a great play. Queen e5. Rook a c8, queen d5. Queen is very well placed, defending a pawn and attacking. Also, pawns cannot move so easily. King h7, rook e4. But black is doomed. And now white starts improving. King g2. Okay, h6, hoping to push pawns, but still he cannot push. h4, b5. Difficult to push it further. g4. King h7, rook e2. King h8, g5. h5, now king is weak. Rook d2. I like very much how Petrosian played this game, very instructive. Rook f8, queen f3. g6. Rook from d2 to d5. Now this diagonal is covered. So rook d7 is a threat because you cannot trade queens. Rook f8, rook f6. Again, threat is coming. Queen e7, rook d7. Queen e8, rook g6. This was a good moment to resign because you cannot obviously take due to checkmate. But relationship between Petrosian and Korchnoi was not great, to say it the least. So Victor here played move queen e5 and got game finished as a mate. One of the very few, or maybe the only game in the history of candidates matches that ended with actual mate. But I like very much how Petrosian won here position by simply pushing a pawns on a king side using a total domination. Okay. The other move instead of knight e7 or rook c8 is knight jump, knight a5. Bishop d3. And now let's say if rook c8, d5 can happen. And this is more or less can be transposition to this Spassky Petrosian game. If h6, which was played, probably the best for because of queen f4, queen f6, black is doing sort of all right here, because after queen g3, queen e7, h4, rook fd8, d5, now pawn does not need to be taken. Black here played move queen d6. So if white wanted to do this, maybe he had to do it in this situation. Maybe now he needs to push. If white wanted to play for such a kind of play. Because what happened in the game was h4, rook fd8, d5, queen d6. And now after e5, black sacrificed the queen. Queen d5, bishop h7, king h7, rook d5. Rook d5, black had a good game. On h6, probably best for white is to go for this main strategic idea, d5, e d5, e5. And now after, let's say, knight c4, queen e2, white wants this typical kind of play. Let's say queen c7, knight d4. This is a typical play. Rook e8, f4. Okay, white sacrificed the pawn, has this strong knight on d5 and has attacking options. Let's say b5, black wants to play on side where he's stronger. King h1. White had excellent compensation for a pawn in game Gulko Yusupovi 95. So this is a typical plan for white. What we are now seeing, either he plays for the power of his pawn or he sacrifices pawn to cement a knight on d4 and then to hope for attack on a king side. Rook c8, played in our game. d5, pawn push. Here Petrosian took e d5. Knight a5 could lead to the same position after knight a5, bishop d3, rook c8, d5. Because here probably bishop d3 is the best idea, because d6 is here much less dangerous for black because of move queen takes d2. Not knight c4, because then again ef7, king h8, now it will work queen d8, rook d8, rook d8, rook d8 and e5. And here white wins because in our line with e5, previously rook was on f1, here's rook was on e1. This is simply over. But black can take queen d2. And after ef7, king moves, knight d2 now, knight c4, rook c4, e5 probably leads to a draw, bishop c8. So e5, bishop c8, e6, bishop takes, on e6, rook e6, g6, and we will get drawn rook ending. So on knight a5, the best move is bishop d3, e d5, e5. Again, we have this typical kind of play. Knight c4, queen f4. This was position played happened in a game Polgojevski-Tal. The way game went, you will be thinking that Tal is white. Black played here move knight b2, hoping to eliminate this attacking bishop. But he is just not in time. Bishop h7. White will calculate extremely well this game. King h7, knight to g5, king g6, h4. It is not only defending a knight, but is also having a mating threat. Well, what is a mating threat? Let's say if knight d1, it has a mating threat, h5. And now if king h6, obviously it loses a queen. This is not what black wants. but king h5 runs into checkmate. g4, check, queen f5, king goes back, check, king takes, queen h5, king f4, queen f5 mate. On h4, black played move queen e7 in one game which happened like 34 years after original sacrifice. And white played move rook d2. Now if knight c4, rook d3 and rook g3. And black played move rook c4. And here white played move queen g3, king h6, rook b2. Had a strong attack, same material, he went on to win. But he could have done even better by playing move h5. Because king h5 is still running into checkmate. Same business. Still is going to be mate. And if king h6, knight f7 double check, king h7, queen f5, king back to g8, e6, rook b2 is a threat, knight a4, h6, threat is mate in 1, rook h4, and now a nice elegant move rook d4. Taking a knight or taking a rook, or if you take, delivering a checkmate, whatever happens. In our original game, after h4, rook c4 was played, h5. So this is very strong idea, h5. Because again, king h5, g4 is same old story. It will happen check, check, mate. Or check, 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 mate. Depending where the king is going. So h5, king h6, knight f7, king h7, queen f5, king g8, e6. Okay, if queen e7, we have the same business. h6, rook h4, rook d4. In game happened queen f6, queen f6, gf6, rook d2, hitting a knight, rook b2, rook b4 defending a knight, loses to a3, and rook is thrown off a balance, because if a rook goes to b3, now this pawn can never be stopped after e7, king f7, ef8, king f8, h6, king g8, rook e7, bishop c6, rook d2, and everything is going to go wrong. Knight c4, rook g7, king h8, rook e7, white will deliver a checkmate. White also could have won an exchange by playing move h7 immediately and rook e7, but okay, rook e7 is cleaner. On rook d2, in our famous game, Polgojevski-Tal, Tal decided to give back a knight with rook c6, rook b2, rook e8. Now this knight needs to go to a better square. And Polgojevski does it very nicely. Knight h6, king h7, knight f5, rook e6. So he gave a pawn. Rook e6, rook e6, rook c2. But now strong knight and strong rook are going to decide the game. Rook c6, rook e2. Rook c7 was maybe better defense, but probably white will win. Bishop c8, run into nice mate. Rook e7, king h8. And now we have a mating net. Knight h4, f5, knight g6. If not f5, then very simple chess, knight g6, h6, and mate. On f5 happened knight g6, king g8, rook a7, and black resigned. White is a pawn up and is still having a mating attack, which black cannot stop because knight e7 you cannot stop. There is a knight e7 threat. If rook goes away, there is h7, h6, h7. So this is game between Pologoyevsky and Tal, Soviet Championship 1969. You would be thinking that Tal was a person who was playing with white, but he was a black in this game. But what we have is this typical kind of sacrifice. Once more, d5, knight a5, bishop d3, ed5, e5. So this typical kind of play, try to remember it because most of the time it is working. Now we can go to our game, d5, ed5, bishop d5. Probably the best move because after ed5, knight a5, this is not convincing. Let's say bishop f1, queen d6, knight g5, rook cd8, queen d3 hitting a pawn because, okay, queen d5 is a threat, queen h6, queen f5, and now actually black has very cool play, bishop c8, queen f4, knight b7. Again, knight is threatening to come to d6, but white does not have his knight on c6. And here, after rook e7, f6, knight e6, queen f4, knight f4, rook f7, black had a very good game because white needs his knight to this knight to c6, which is not the case here. But on ed5, bishop d5 is the best move. Knight a5. Spassky would like to do this trade, so he would like to get a strong pawn, but to have a pawn there. What Petrosyan did would not help him, but it is not easy for him, because if queen e7, let's say e5, knight d8 to kill the strong bishop, but bishop b7, knight b7, knight d4. Threat to maybe jump. If g6, f4, this is promising for white. How promising, difficult to say, but it is promising because white has a better king, attacking potential, certainly advantage. If on bishop d5, queen c7, okay, then queen g5 can be dangerous. There is attacking potential. h6, queen h4, let's say rook fd8. Maybe here first useful move like h3. And then now knight b4 to force decision is not great because of bishop b7, queen b7, knight d4. And again, attacking potential. If move like knight e7 to cover square, f5 square, okay, bishop b3 looks quite promising. This bishop is a strong piece. Also to take on b7, queen b7, e5, also looks quite promising. So this position, white should be happy with. And I think this is also one of the reasons why in a modern practice they are not putting knight to c6 any longer. Petrosyan played move knight a5, queen f4, queen c7, he wants to trade queens, okay. Queen e7 runs into knight d4. And again, we have similar problems. Queen c7, of course, white is not trading queens, queen f5. Bishop d5, and now ed5. So now we have this situation, okay, we don't have attack, immediate attack, but this pawn is a power. And black here has a problems to deal with this. Queen c2. Okay, queen d6 doesn't look good after knight g5 because queen g6 you need to trade. Queen g6, a g6, push pawn. Knight b7, d7. Rook cd8, rook e7. Okay, black has no moves here. Pawn is a power. If knight c4, hoping to get a blockade, knight g5, weakening black, g6, queen h3, h5, now knight e4. And if knight e6, knight f6, king to g7, and now, not surprisingly, white has quite a nice tactical shot, queen g3. Wants to take pawn, wants to put queen to e5, knight cannot be taken because of checkmate. Petrosyan played move queen c2, hoping to get into ending. Okay, ending is also better for white. Even this is better for white. But Spassky, with his strong pawn, correctly wants more. Queen f4. Queen a2. Okay. This pawn does not matter very much, but black has a point. Position is difficult anyway, so let's at least take a pawn. Now, pawn is a power. d6. Rook cd8, d7. It is obvious that white pawn on d7 is paralyzing black. This is obvious. Queen c4. Attempt again to trade queens, which is not going to happen. Queen f5. Knight g5 is coming. h6, stopping knight g5 and also providing king, let's say, with heir. Rook c1. Getting entry points ideas. Queen a6, stopping it. Rook c7. b5. Now Spassky will have a nice execution. He played moves knight d4, bringing one more piece in play. Rook e8 should also win, because if queen d6, rook c8, and now queen e1 check, queen d1 check, knight e1. But it's understandable that white doesn't want to calculate this, because you're always worried when you're playing a game and you realize that you have completely winning position. You're worried about blundering something stupid, and you don't want it. So, okay, yes, is it winning? It is winning, but you may ask yourself, why do I need it? So, Spassky correctly plays move knight d4. Queen d6 does not really save black, because knight b5. Queen d2, let's say rook b1. If a6, knight c3. Knight is out of play. If knight wants to come in to use the tactics, rook d1. This position is over. Queen b6. And now rook c8. So Spassky is doing more or less same stuff, but he doesn't want to calculate some checks on a back rank. Knight cannot be taken, obviously, because of checkmate. Rook d8, rook d8, rook e8. A move like b4 loses to nice mate. Rook e8, queen d4, rook f8. Rook f8 only move, rook f8, king f8, and out comes nice check. Queen c5, queen c5, d8 checkmate. G6 to hit a queen loses to prosaic rook d8. Gf5, because if you take with the rook, I have a check. So gf5, rook f8, king f8, check. And queen. In the game was played move knight b7, which also allows very nice hand. Knight c6, knight d6, knight d8. Nice execution until the end. Knight f5, only move. You cannot take because of rook e8. I mean, this is not possible if you take. Game is over. So knight f5, knight c6, and black resigned because white is threatening mate, and white is also threatening to take and check and to queen. So this was a very nice game of or to take on f8 and to queen. Simply white is threatening too many things. So this was a nice game of Spassky. And we see here, for example, that in such a positions, pawn is a power. So we have seen these sacrifices. So here, pawn is a power because, okay, it is strong, passed pawn. This is a one way to play it. The other way to play it is to sacrifice it in order to push e5 to get such a kind of play and to play for attack. And we have seen this game between Rajabov and Van Wely, where white played bishop d3 and pushed e5, or game between Lobron and Hansen. So I think that these three games, which I did show in this pawn majority in a center position, shows the basic plans, how white should try to handle these kind of positions and what should black be basically worried about. And I hope that this did help you or will help you combined with the PGN to understand these positions better.